Matt, thanks for coming on, man. Appreciate you coming out.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate the invite.
Yeah, man. So, we talked offline about some stuff I'm going to reference, but talked to Walkie Talkie, old Master Sergeant there, and he gave me the story about Huseba and some of the tougher fighting during the OIF campaigns, and your name came up as somebody who I must contact to get your side, a couple of your sides of some of the stories that were mentioned. So we'll make an effort. Me and you linked up, and then I think we linked up again at the Gunner Symposium this last year.
Yeah.
Had you on the books,
Yeah.
just trying to make it work. So now we finally connected. So appreciate you coming on, man. It's gonna be dope.
Yeah. Thanks. I really appreciate you having me. So.
Yeah. All right. Cool. So you've seen some of the episodes and how they start. I want to know just a couple of basic things from the growing up era. You know, how you were raised and where you come from, who you come from. So let's just start there. Where do you come from? Who do you come from? And let's do mother, father, siblings if you have them.
All right. Yeah. So mom and dad, and I have an older sister. I grew up in Vallejo, California. It's in the Bay Area, so it's just northeast of San Francisco. There was a big naval base there for a time being, Mare Island, then shut down in the early 90s. But yeah, I grew up there, and I don't know. I was seeking a lot of things when I was growing up. Like 8 years old, my mom had an incident, and she kind of shut down emotionally. So me seeking attention turned to doing bad things, because that's how I would get attention, is getting in trouble and
Sure.
just being a little knucklehead, a little punk on the streets. And always kind of knew I wanted to join the military. Even as a kid, we play hide and go seek around the neighborhood, and I'm wearing camouflage. Going to the teenage years, we're playing BB gun wars in the hills and doing stupid stuff like that. And I turned 18, graduated high school, and I tried the junior college thing, and I was like, man, this ain't for me. School's not my thing. Like, literally, I had a full schedule, but I would go to only one class because there was a hot girl that was in that class. Like, that just was my mentality. And October of 1992, I was just like, I got to do something. I got to change. And I kind of talked to the Army recruiters before. And so one day I went down to the recruiting office, went to the Army guy's office, and they weren't there. So I saw the light on the Marine office. So I went in, and the guy looked at me, and he was like, the fuck you want? And I was like, hey, you know when these guys are going to be there? And then he had this picture of this Marine in dress blues on the wall. Big ass picture, took up the whole wall. And he looked at it and he pointed to it. He goes, what do you see there? I was like, I see a Marine. He goes, then why the fuck would I know what the Army guys are doing? He's like, what do you want to do? I said, well, I want to kill people and blow shit up. He's like, we have other jobs in the Marine Corps. And I was like, well, that's what I want to do. He goes, well, have a seat. So we sat down, and he had me do the practice test, and I didn't really do so hot on it. So he's like, look, you ain't ready to go up right now, but I got a guy, he's going to tutor you in math, because I sucked at math. And did all that. End of October, went up to MEPS and passed everything and joined that day.
That's what it was.
That's what it was. And come January, I was supposed to leave in April to go to boot camp. And come January, it was just same old, running around with the same crew, up to no good, doing stupid things, drinking, just being dumb. And called my recruiter. I was like, hey, I need to leave. I got to get out of here as soon as possible. He was like, well, you can leave next week. I said, well, I can't leave next week. It's my dad's birthday. I want to be here at least for that. But after that, I'm good. He was like, okay, you can leave January 18th. And from there on, the rest is history.
Now, let me ask you this. I want to go back a little bit. Were you living with both parents?
Yes.
And you said your mother had an incident where she shut down emotionally.
Yeah.
Did you talk about that?
Yeah. I mean, she was pregnant, and I want to say at 6 months pregnant, 6 or 7 months. Basically, the baby came, and it was stillborn. And so it was a very traumatic experience for her. But 8 years old, you don't know what traumatic is or any of that stuff. So she kind of shut down emotionally. And from there, that kind of groomed me into adulthood of seeking attention and looking for those things. And I became the black sheep of my family.
And how old was your sister?
She
I mean,
was
how much
12.
younger?
She's older than
Oh, she
me.
was older, 4
Yeah.
years older.
Yeah.
And so I imagine that had an effect on her like she's coming into her
Yeah.
teenage years. And
I'm sure it did. My sister, like, me and her did not get along when she was in the house. Like, did not get along. We fought, like, that woman would torture me, hit me with wired hangers. Like, one day she had a knife and she swung it at me and I backed up and I hit the wall and, like, a half of an inch went into my stomach. Like, she was just horrible. But when she turned 18, she moved out the house. And then, now she wants to be cool. So.
So you guys have a relationship after that?
A little bit.
Okay.
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit. And, but like the rest of the family, it was just, they looked at me as always getting into trouble. My grandparents on my mom's side, they were the only two who really showed unconditional love to me no matter what I was doing. And my grandpa Bobby, man, he was a champ. He passed away about a month after I got back from OIF 1. And my grandma said something to me. She was like, he was just waiting for you to come home. And so they were cool. I had an uncle, and he was uncle by marriage. He was my dad's youngest sister's husband. And I kind of like looked up to him because, as a youngster, he was closest to me in age, vice the rest of my family. He's probably, 15 years older than me, something like that. And just kind of, we went one incident. He took me and my two cousins to like RC car racing or something, and just how the attention he showed them and paid no attention to me, kind of like, man, what the hell was wrong with me? And he said something to me a few years back that I remember, and kind of made me mad at first, but the place I'm in now as a man and how I've grown and worked on healing myself and things of that nature, I kind of understand. And I'm, it is what it is. But he told me when I joined the Marine Corps, he told me, this is years down the road. He told me, he said, when you first joined, I didn't think you were gonna make it. So I was just like, looked at him at first, I was like, wow, like that's what they really thought of me, like I was gonna quit. And I'm glad I did it, because it was something that I needed in my life. I needed that discipline. I needed kind of like just the structure, the familyhood of the Marine Corps. And that's why I stayed so long. I loved every minute of being a Marine. So yeah.
And then now still affiliated.
Yeah, now still affiliated. Yeah.
That's good. No, that's great. Hey, can you scoot this way just a little bit? You're about to ease off camera. There we go.
Yeah.
No, that's so. Can we, if you don't mind, just can we talk a little bit deeper into that? Where does it come from? Where did where's that come from for your family to think that way? You think it's from you getting rowdy and getting in trouble in some of those early years where people just like, he's a.
Yeah, I think so. And I wasn't the best student, and it was because school didn't interest me. I didn't apply myself. There was 1 year I applied myself because my mom bet me like $50 that I couldn't get on the honor roll. So to prove her wrong, I did it. Other than that, I didn't care. I just wasn't interested in school, and so I didn't give my best effort. So I think they saw that and was like, oh, he doesn't try, this, whatever. And but that day I got to boot camp, like, as horrible as everyone is like, oh, you get on the yellow for Black Friday, this and that. And it's like, I had a great time in boot camp. It was something that I was longing for. And,
I looked at it like an adventure.
Yeah.
Like the biggest adventure that I ever wanted
Exactly.
started there.
Exactly.
Don't get me wrong. I don't think anybody's like had a pleasant first night.
No.
It's not like it's pleasant.
No.
But it, for a lot of us, is not terror, and somebody didn't force us to, for a lot of us, it's like, all right, let's lace up. Let's see what
let's
they got.
do it. I want to see what this is about. And, just.
Did quitting never even come in your mind?
No.
See, and that's what I think is, that's what I wanted to highlight there is like, I didn't think that you'd be a person that ever even thought, like, once you locked into the footprints, you probably went, yep, this is what we needed.
Yeah. And like, you're right. It's an adventure. You wake up and, like, I looked forward to running the obstacle course because you see it on TV, watching the movies, and, it's just like. Oh,
putting the cami paint on in SOI for the first time, man, getting them classes.
Yeah. So,
yes.
It was just something that that I wanted to do, and I'm glad I did it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
Now, what was this might skip forward a little bit, what was the reaction when you did graduate and you did come home and now you're a Marine and now you're your own fucking man about to go grab the world by the nuts?
Now everybody is super proud. And
was it like, I knew you'd make it?
I don't really remember if it was like I knew you'd make it, but it was like everybody was super proud. It was like, oh, he's a Marine. Because I think in a way they looked and they saw that I made it and they're like, he's actually doing something positive with his life. Mm-hmm. And, you know, like the route I was heading was not going to be good. It was, you know, going to be either, I was heading to jail or I was going to end up in a grave, you know.
Were you gang banging?
No, so that's the thing is like where I'm from, there's not really gangs. Mm-hmm. It's like a lot of the violence there is more for drug territory, but it's also, you know, yeah, I guess, well, it's not a gang because you don't claim a color or set or anything, but people you hang out with, you know, and you get into fights. And then back then was the start of gangster rap, so everyone wants to be a gangster, you know, so.
Right there in Cali.
Yeah, and like, if you look at, like, I've seen some things, like, Vallejo is a small city. When I was coming up, it was probably, you know, 125,000 people. But it is one of the most diverse cities in the United States.
Okay.
It doesn't go off of where you live due to color or, you know, anything like that. It's what you can afford. And, you know, you go to school with everybody, you know, black, Latino, Filipino, white, freaking everybody. Everybody is there. And, it was a great place to grow up because it, you know, really shows, like, I look at the rest of America and see, you know, troubles like even here in the South, like
a little bit of colorblind or lack of colorblindness.
Yeah, yeah, and there it's just like, you know, hey, if you're cool, you're cool. If you're not, you're not. Yeah, you know, it's not about like, oh, I don't like you because you don't look like me. It's not like that. So,
oh, that's awesome then.
Yeah, dude, I took my daughter, my youngest daughter, back last year in July. She wanted to go, so I took her, and it was the first time I'd been back in 5 years. And, you know, it's still my home. I'm like, damn, man, I miss it here. Then I thought, I was like, well, I can never live here again, just because California, you know, too expensive. I'd be a felon as soon as I cross
some of their
state
gun
lines.
laws.
Yeah, with the guns. So,
it's interesting, like that our class or our community of people, like that's a thing to us.
Yeah,
and I don't know if it is to everybody. But to us, like when I talk to my hitter dudes and my dudes that are Marines, they like have X's on states where they won't move due to X gun laws, right? Well, me too, though. Like I'm not going somewhere where I can't feel comfortable and protect myself or my family. Sorry, buddy.
And it's not, you know, about like, oh, I own a couple ARs and this and that. It's just I like shooting.
That's part of your life.
That is the weapon system I grew up on, was the AR platform. So I like shooting it. I know it very well. But it's not just the gun laws. It's, you know, the crazy taxes that are there. Yeah, I mean, the day I left California to come to the East Coast to be stationed here, I think we paid like $5.75 a gallon. That was 2019. You know, like, what the hell? Like, and they got this gas tax. Oh, it's going to fix the roads. Driving through my home city, every road was freaking destroyed, potholes.
It's always just going to fix something.
Yep. But it's going to someone's pocket.
It's going to fix, gender neutral studies in Pakistan. Fucking disgusting. Yeah. I don't know why we all don't just hashtag nobody pay taxes for the next 5 years. Because what are they fucking doing with them? Yeah, state and local taxes? Bout it. Because those should be going to state and local issues, roads, bridges, tunnels that are all coming up on life cycle at this point. That's what they should go to. Yeah. But federal government, giving the federal government money after what we're watching unfold for the last year and a half seems laughable. And it just seems like, well, you're an idiot. Yeah. And I'm going to do it this year. I'm about to pay my taxes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I already filed mine. So it's like, you know, I'm looking at my W-2, so I'm like, God damn, I'm paying a lot in taxes. I'm like, what the hell? But I mean,
funding the whole world.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'm all about taking away funding other countries. I'm all about that. So
yeah, look, and I'm not naive enough or stupid enough to know that some of that is not in America's best interest.
Yeah.
Some of that shit the black shit that nobody wants to do and talk about, some of that very shit keeps this very free shit over here going. Yeah. Roger, but not all of it. No. And call it what it is.
Yep.
Have a designator. If you don't want to say out loud what it is, there's a designator. This is important shit. Now, I understand that. That's how this whole thing got started, was they don't have to disclose things because of how important and secretive things are, right?
But then you could put a classification on anything.
But the other people should be able to look at it and audit it.
Yeah.
And have some sort of trail to
You're
it.
Exactly right. Yeah. So
I've had a couple people on the episode that were on the delivering end of USAID. And like contractors that knew how much of it was getting ripped off and knew where checks were going but couldn't stop it. But were there for honest work.
Wow.
And so, like, but here would be the example. Your teachers, you have a whole shipment of books coming in that have been paid for by USAID money, right?
Yeah.
Those books get intercepted by the Taliban. Those books then are held for ransom. And then when you do give them the money to get the books, only half the books come because they hold the other half for some sort of leverage. Yeah. And they start stealing the money from the teachers that they know are teaching. And so it's like, it's not even some of it's not even our people. Yeah. Creating fraud, but it's happening and you can't stop it. So it's like, well, why do we keep sending money to that then?
Yeah.
Anyway, we don't have to get off on that rabbit hole, but
it's a
really deep one. Yeah, it's a really deep one. So let's keep going.
So
Marine Corps.
So boot camp.
What was the first Marine you saw? The first time you saw a Marine or a Marine commercial or Marine something where you said you could separate the difference between a Marine and a soldier?
Oh man, I can't.
Or do you think that was like Recruiter Station?
Yeah, it's probably the Recruiter Station that I can remember, like actually seeing one up close and personal. You see them on TV, Still, it's like growing up watching stands at Iwo Jima and Full Metal Jacket and
okay, well that's some of what I'm talking about. Yeah. Some of that.
Yeah, you see that, and like Platoon I was very fascinated with Vietnam War when I was growing up. Tour of Duty, I used to watch that show. But like actually physically meeting and talking with a Marine was in uniform. I have to say, in uniform was the recruiter, because I knew a couple of Marines who were stationed on Mare Island. I used to party with them, drink with them, because they were friends with my sister's friends. So kind of that's how I met them. Sure. But they were all in civilian clothes. Yeah. And one of them told me too. He said, "Don't join the Marine Corps." And then when I joined the Marine Corps, he told me, he said, "Don't join the Marine Corps, and if you do, don't join the infantry." Because he was fast company. Because they used to have a fast det out there. Yeah. And I told him, I was like, "Hey, I joined the Marine Corps," and he just looked at me. He's like, "What'd you get?" And I was like, "Infantry." He's like, "Oh my God, I told you not to do that." But I mean, it's the only job I wanted to do.
Me too. I wouldn't have done anything else.
Exactly. And after graduating boot camp, when I came in at that time, every Marine, didn't matter what your MOS was, went to MCT. Okay. And it's 30 days long. And towards the end, you're getting your MOSs. Okay. And first sergeant's reading them off. He's like, "St. Pierre." I'm like, "You're a first sergeant?" He's like, "0341. I was like, "The hell is that?" He's like, "It's a mortarman." I was like, "What is that?" He's like, "When you're humping that base plate up Old Smoky, then tell me."
You're gonna know.
Yeah, so came a mortarman, then did the sea bag drag across the freaking parade deck to ITB. Did my time in ITB, and then I hit the fleet, 1st Battalion, 4th Marines, 81st Platoon.
Hell yeah.
It was funny because we graduated, I think, 10 o'clock in the morning, and Camp Horno is literally 5 minutes down the road from SOI, but we don't get there till I think it's 1500 or something. And after all the in-processing, we don't get dropped to the platoon till around 1700. So everybody's gone. And at the time, we lived in an open squad base. And that's all I knew at the time, because boot camp, your squad bay, SOI, your squad bay. Sure. But you see the barracks and you're like, "Oh, those are nice. What are those?" And you get dropped off in a condemned building, literally condemned, because they don't have any space, and that's your home. And so all the senior Marines at the time, they're cool with us because they're liberal, like, "Oh yeah, it's all good." Fuck. Next morning it was like Black Friday all over again, but for the fleet,
Different story.
Oh yeah. But I have to say, living in the squad bay, that was probably the tightest platoon I've ever been in. Just because we're all around each other 24/7, and we were tight. And even if you have beef with someone in the platoon, ain't nobody else outside of that platoon gonna mess with that dude.
Yeah.
If you're around.
Yeah.
You know, even if you can't stand them.
Yeah.
You know, you're gonna fight them. And it was a good time. You know, I had some great leaders, great senior Marines. One of them retired gunner, Joel Swingdinger.
Okay.
He was a corporal when I got there as a PFC, and he was one of our FOs. His call sign was Street Gang.
Okay.
But good dude, and he wasn't one of the dickhead ones that, you know, would thrash you for no reason because he was bored. He actually would teach you things and, you know, sit down with you like a man and be like, hey, look, you want to be a forward reserver, this is what you have to know. You know, here's how to do a grid mission. Here's how to do a polar. You know, here's shift from a known point. You know, here's what an immediate suppression is. So great dude to have above us. And, you know, our leadership was phenomenal also at the time. One of them retired Sergeant Major Sylvester Daniels. Dude was a beast. Like 6 foot something, 200 something pounds, just
animal.
God, man, that dude was he was a beast, and he wasn't one to mess with. And you were scared of him, you know, like you were scared of him. And our platoon commander, he was a second lieutenant, which is odd for a 81's platoon, but man,
Yeah, because you'd think it would be a first, right?
Normally it is.
Yeah.
And just dude, if I recall correctly, he played football for Penn State when he was in college.
So he's a big
dude. Yeah, big dude. And Rob Shovlin was his name. And he was a beast, and he whipped us into shape like all of them did. And what did we do? We did a division comp at the time for mortars, and they had a speed hike in there, and I think we did that speed hike. It was like 8-9 miles, and we did it in like an hour 30. Basically running the whole way, yeah. And you're carrying all the gun gear. You have no one to give the release to because you're carrying enough people and with the gun systems. And Shovlin, you know, he wasn't allowed to be a part of it, but he did that hike with us, carrying the tube the whole way, the extra tube. So yeah, he was a good dude. 1-4 was a good experience. You know, we did a Westpac in '94. Sat off the coast of Somalia for, you know, like a month, and then they decided to keep the UN in and for a little bit longer, and then 3-1, who relieved us, actually went in and did the Somalia mission. We were the first Marine company to go into Jordan in I don't know how long and train with the Jordanians, so that was a good experience. And then, you know, hit the Middle East. I think Saddam Hussein did something, like came towards the border, so we went back into Kuwait. We were supposed to go to Australia, got turned around, go back up there.
That's the one you don't want to miss. Yeah, as I understand.
Both times I missed Australia on the Westbacks.
Damn it.
Saddam Hussein. Yeah. So going to OIF was a little bit of payback.
What an asshole.
Yeah, fucking dickhead.
He got stretched. Fuck him.
Yeah. And also one for 95. We were going to Bridgeport, do the winter or the summer
Cold
package.
Oh, summer, okay.
Great, phenomenal training. However, our battalion commander was a little bit insane. This dude was...
Who was it?
John Coleman.
Okay.
Retired as a colonel. Dude was just insane. He kept his sleeves up to like February. You know,
just cause.
We did a battalion run and had some guys fall out because it was like 95 degrees. And hot as shit, some guys fell out. The next day, he got mad because people fell out and took us on the same run at a faster pace. You know, just like he's a warrior, man. Yeah, he's just a warrior. Well, we're going to Bridgeport, and so we fly into, I think it's Carson. We get on buses and we stop at the state line. Like, all right, get off the buses. We're walking in. 3-day hike into Bridgeport. The instructors, as we're coming down the hill into Bridgeport, was like, man, we've seen people hike out of Bridgeport, but never in. And, you know, you get in there, you have that day of you know, getting your gear squared away, and the next day we started the training package.
Time.
Oh, yeah. Best shape I've ever been in my life.
I was going to say, it's probably, on the back end of that, it's probably looking good.
I have never walked so much in my life. It's that Bridgeport freaking tour. Oh, man. It was great training, though. So,
yeah.
You know, but...
Now, was that what were you working up for on that one?
Just for deployment.
Okay.
For another Westpac.
Westpac, okay.
Yeah, so I think, that was 95. So you know, I'm coming around. I'm a senior Lance Corporal now. I ended up picking up Corporal in 95, in November 95. I get my own squad I get my own gun, which was phenomenal. And, you know, I had some great, again, leaders.
Talk about how that works for people that don't know, as far as like hierarchy on the gun from junior man to senior man, let's say.
So your junior man, normally, like you're going to have your junior crew. They're going to be, you know, driver / ammo man. You're going to have a couple ammo men. Then you're going to have your A gunner, and your squad leader. And your gunner is normally the guy who's in line to be the next squad leader. Just so down the chain, the A gunner's next to be the gunner.
Okay, got it.
You know, whatever ammo man is the best is going to be the A gunner, you know, spot. If how it's supposed to work out, right? But you know, as people move and all those things, it kind of doesn't work out that way. So I was pretty fortunate. I got put into that position because another guy got fired, which sucked for him, but was good for me. You know, like, I thought he was a good dude. He was. I don't know why he got fired. He got fired, right? And they were like, "Hey, you're now second gun squad leader." I was like, "Oh, okay, cool."
So was he your squad leader?
No.
Okay.
No, they moved me from another gun.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So, they kind of wanted a fresh face.
Shake that.
Shake it up.
That makes sense.
But you know, when I picked up Corporal, I kind of learned something from one of my staff NCOs, Staff Sergeant Sanchez, and he was one of the section leaders. And there was an incident, I can't remember what it was, but it had to deal with rank. And he pulled me to the side and he was like, "Look, I'm going to tell you something." He was like, "Bottom line is, Marines are going to respect the rank because it's the rank, but they don't have to respect you as a man."
Right.
And he's like, "What do you want? Do you want them just to respect your rank, or do you want them to respect you for both?" And I was like, kind of thought about it. I was like, fuck, I want both, you know? Like, wow, that's a good piece of advice. And that kind of changed my mentality a little bit of how I looked at things, because, you know, coming up, you just see all the bulldogs like, you got to be hard, you got to be hard, you got to be hard, you can't be nice to the Marines and stuff like that. And, you know, I wasn't one of the guys who just took guys and started thrashing them for no reason. There was always a reason if I IT'd you, you know, always a reason. But I wasn't one of the ones who would come up and put my arm around you and be like, "Hey, let's have a talk." You know, until I heard that, and I kind of watched him and another guy by the name of Staff Sergeant Newby, who was phenomenal, and you know how he approached leadership. And you know, as a young Marine, you're coming up. These are your guys you're looking to. You know, and I tried to take something good from leaders that were in charge of me and carry that forward with me, and how I approach things.
Absolutely.
You know, and not jumping too far ahead, but another great leader, Gunnery Sergeant Ronald Richmond, taught me something. He's like, when you put that uniform on, it's business. And when we take it off, we can be cool.
Yep. But
we put it on, and perfect example is like, you know, me and him would be messing around, joking around. As soon as I heard him say, "Look here, Sergeant," I knew I was at the position of attention or parade rest. Yes, Gunnery Sergeant. Yeah. You know, and he would chew my ass, and 5 minutes later we'd be joking again, because it's a business. You know, you can't take things personal. It's not personal.
Especially when it's a business and you all live in the same room, or it's a business and they're still some of your best friends, and you're having to figure out, like at a super young age, how to lead your own peers.
Exactly.
And that's not easy.
Yeah, guys you came in with, like, went to boot camp with, because there are some guys I went to boot camp with who were in my platoon. You know, and it's just like, okay.
And then you start to make the separation, and you have to learn that at a young age. And that's good. That's great advice. I was also given that same piece of advice by a good Marine, and it's great. It's the right way. And in the civilian world, too many people can't do it.
No.
In the Marine Corps, it's just like kind of the way. So many people do it that you learn, like, hey, I can chew this guy's ass, and then we can go get beers later. Or my instructor or my squad leader or whatever can chew my ass, and that doesn't mean that, like, I have to walk on eggshells. It's just it was done. It was a correction. We move the fuck on. And that accountability piece, but not everybody has that.
No, and you know, my job previous to this, when I first retired, it was like that. Like, people didn't understand that it's a business, you know, and don't take things personal. Like, we're not going to agree on everything. And if I get a little heated and a little excited, it's because I'm passionate about what I'm doing. And that's not anything. I'm not coming at you aggressively. That's just how I am as a person. When I'm passionate about something, I get excited and I get a little louder. And, like
I'm the same way.
you
My guys at work will even say that. You better check your passion, motherfucker. but no, that's right. I think it's good. And I think it's the right way to be a boss or a leader in the civilian world as well. I just don't know that they find that very, very early like we do.
No, and the crew I work for now, phenomenal leadership, and I think a lot of the guys are retired Navy, and there's a couple like the one of the head boss of me. He's just never joined the military, but he gets it. Common sense approach to leading his team, and I couldn't ask for anyone better to be in charge of me. He's just like, man, did you serve? And he was like, no, I never did. I'm like, wow, that's impressive.
You understand though, for whatever reason, you figured it out.
You got it. And some people are just cut that way, and then there's others who, no matter how much they fantasized about being in the military, they never joined, and now they want to be associated with the military, but yet you don't know how to lead people. People are not happy. You micromanage, and that's one thing I can't stand is micromanagers.
Yeah, I think there's a time and place for it, a very small time and place for it. But generally that's when you're a new leader to a new team and you don't know what they're capable of.
Exactly.
And then it should instantly be reins off when you find your hitters, right? Delegating authority.
I look at it as we're adults. You give me your guidance, you give me your intent, and I'm gonna run with it. But that's coming up in the Marine Corps. And unfortunately, not everybody comes up that way.
Yeah, that's right. I'm fortunate with CK because I have a COO that's like, keep me informed, make the decisions. If you have a hard decision point, hit me. But until then, don't ever come off the gas until I grab the reins and tell you, whoa. And like he'll say it like that. And it's like, well, you're speaking my language, dog. What was the end state? Roger.
Let's do it.
Push. And I got like meat eaters around me too, which is all guys that were my friends prior to my work associates. So, and you know what that's like. So that's always, because then you got like a group of guys that you respect on a personal level. And if they're all in the same team, it's like none of us want to let each other down. Damn, being like work associates, like none of us want to fuck each other's time up because we're friends, and that is what you would strive to get. I think a company and a team and even a C-suite and executive level, once you start molding a team like that, God, that team turns into something different.
Something special.
Yeah, something special for sure. All right, 1-4. After 1-4, you go to TBS as a corporal.
As a corporal, yeah.
And you're okay. So I asked about the dugout offline. You said it ran a little bit different. Can you give me kind of the structure as an instructor there?
Yeah. So back then they had TBS. When you got there, you still had the lieutenant classes and the SBCs, and they had like a war fighting department and all that stuff. But they had support battalion at the time. They ended up changing their name to instructor battalion. And then inside of support battalion, when I first got there, you had enlisted instructor company, and inside enlisted instructor company you had weapons platoon, you had infantry platoon, you had engineer platoon, and you had artillery platoon.
Okay.
Right. So those were the ones we go out, like the infantry guys were going out and they were being the aggressors to the lieutenants, and then they were teaching them some classes but not a lot. But they were mainly like the aggressor force. And then weapons platoon, we were the ones teaching all the crew serve weapons. So we're teaching 240s, 60 millimeter mortars, 81 millimeter mortars, tows. At the time, dragons. Yep.
That
was
before me, but I remember hearing people talk about
the
it.
old dragon platoon. And then you had engineers were teaching the demo, and then artillery was doing the artillery stuff. So got there as a mortarman. I joined the mortar section, and as a corporal, ended up picking up sergeant 5-6 months after getting there. But the level of instruction that was at that place, you had to step your game up.
You mean at like the officer instructor level, or all the way around
all the way
board?
Around. If you were an enlisted guy and you were going up in front of lieutenants giving a platform instruction, you had to know what you were talking about.
And you guys get murder boarded by your
No, you get murder boarded by you know, that some of the officers, so some of the captains are in there. You know, you got your leadership in there.
Yep.
And like they are trying to destroy you.
Yep.
Up there. And you know, you just got to go up there and do what you do and know what you're talking about. And so I got to teach after probably about 8 months to a year of being there. I got to get up on the platform and give the introduction to mortars class to the basic officer course to the brand new second lieutenants. And we also did a lot with ILC. ILC was our main customer, you know, because the infantry stuff.
Yeah.
So, you know, you're out there teaching them. And when they do the mortar week, they're learning everything from, you know, working the gun to FDC into FOing. They're doing it all. And you're just kind of sitting back.
And like gun position them. And everything as well. Yeah.
So, you know, they would go in, like you do mortar week, the first day is like classes. And then they're doing gun drills. So you got them out there online. It's like, you know, online direct front action. They're running with the base plate, throwing it down and getting the gun set up. And they're doing that with 60s and 81s. And then they do your FDC class, which I didn't know FDC when I got there. And, you know, I was like, FDC, that's nerd shit. I ain't doing that. And when I got there, they're like, you know FDC? I was like, nope. They're like, guess what? IOC's got a class coming up in a month. You're
about to know it now.
You're about to know it now. And I sat through there with
lieutenants. Yeah, but how great is that for your future?
Awesome.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Makes sense later.
The guy who taught it, he was a sergeant at the time, Sergeant Heller. This dude knew more about mortars than, like, anybody I've ever met in my life. Like, this guy could lay the gun line in with the stars. Dude was phenomenal. And he taught the class. And he taught it in a way to where I could learn it really
You say he was a sergeant?
He was a sergeant at the time, yeah. He worked at IOC. And then he picked up staff sergeant. I don't know what. I kind of lost track of him after a couple years after being at TBS, but dude was just phenomenal. And you know, you learn their aiming circle, which I never learned before. I knew what it did. I knew how to lay the gun into it, but I never learned how to lay the gun line in and do Sadulu and all that crap. So
you're speaking above my language, baby.
Yeah. So
but I believe you.
Yeah, but like, so I really got good at the mortar systems, but when I got there, I haven't touched the 60 in 4 years. And learning the 60 again and, you know, doing all that stuff. But the good thing about being in an enlisted instructor company and weapons platoon was machine guns was always shorthanded.
Yeah.
So we always augmented them because we weren't as busy.
Yep.
Right? So now I'm getting to learn the 240 and the 50 cal and the Mark 19. And that kind of helped me on my journey to becoming a gunner because I was a PFC when I first wanted to be a gunner. You know, I was walking out of the Camp Horno PX and I see this guy, and all I saw was the bomb. I didn't see the other side. I just saw the bomb. And he's with like a gunny and a first sergeant or a gunny and a master sergeant. And I'm just walking past him, and he's like, "Hey, Marine, come here. You know who this is?" And I look, I'm like, "No." And then I see the bar. Then I salute, you know, at that point. And he's like, "Oh, yeah, you want to salute me?" And I'm like, "Sir, excuse me, but what are you?" You know, because they didn't teach us in boot camp. And he was like, "What do you mean, what am I?" I was like, I don't understand. I see the bar, but there's not another one. He's like, "I'm a Marine gunner." I was like, "Cool, what is that?" And he was like, "Who are you with?" I was like, "1st Battalion, 4th Marine, sir." And he was like, "You have a battalion gunner, go ask him." Sure enough, walk back down go into the battalion spaces, knock on the gunner's door, and was like, "Excuse me, sir, but I just met another Marine gunner. What are you?" And he broke it down.
He was
like,
cool about it?
Yeah, he was like, this is what, he was a Vietnam guy.
Okay.
Dude was freaking awesome. Some of the stories he told, but just him explaining what a Marine gunner was, and I was like, man, that is cool. I want to do that.
Yeah.
And but anyways, fast forward back. So I got to learn machine guns, and then I got to learn about tows and the Dragon system and all those things. And then we also augmented infantry platoon going out there doing patrols and, you know, setting in the defense. And things of that nature. So being at TBS kind of made me well-rounded.
Yeah.
You put me on the track to be like, okay, yeah, this is great because I'm learning all these things, these different things. And
was it that? So you wanted to be a gunner when you were a PFC?
Yeah.
Did that continue to get reinforced through that?
It did at that time because we'd also teach the gunner class. And the first gunner class that I taught, one of the guys was in 1-4 with me when he was a company gunny. And having the gunners was great because we're teaching them they're doing mortars, right? Because at that time they had to go through ILC, and ILC kind of didn't know what to do with them.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like, hey, just go learn mortars this week. And they would show up like 9 and 10 in the morning, bring the guns out. They would do a couple things and be like, hey, we're putting the mortars in. We're going fishing. All right, sir. Roger that.
Can't stop you.
Can't stop you. But so I got to be around that crew of gunners, you know. So that was, 1997, 98, going into 99. You know, so the gunner community was still fairly fresh, you know. They came back, in 1989. So,
Okay.
you know, those guys were great. And it was funny because that guy, Chuck Colton's his name.
Okay.
So I knew him in 140. He was a company gunny. I ran into him at a TBS. And then in 2007, when I'm in 17, getting ready to deploy to Iraq, we don't have a battalion gunner. And Chuck Colton's walking down the hallway one day, and he's CWO4. And I was like, hey, sir, what's going on? And he's like, holy shit, and kind of catching up. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm your new battalion gunner. You're a 5. And he's like, yeah, I'm the division gunner, but I'm about to retire. You don't have a gunner, so I figured, why not? One more deployment. And he really sparked my interest back into being a Marine gunner. Like, he was like, when you putting your package in. And
that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Who was it that somebody mentored you
Yeah.
and gave you a little nod?
And it was Chuck. And we'll get into that when we get into the 17 years. 'Cause some of the things he showed me and taught me. But, yeah.
That's a cool story.
Yeah.
Cool wraparound.
He's a good dude. So, but being at a TBS was just, it was great. And then you're around just good people.
Yeah.
You know, like, they don't send just anybody.
It's meat eaters.
Yeah. You know, like, the IOC crew that I worked with, you know, was Cal Worth, you know, who's now Lieutenant General Worth, General Watson, freaking Dan Canfield, George Schreffler,
all up
Dave
there at your
Odom.
time.
Yeah, like, they were all there at that time. Like,
I thought he might be the next commandant of the Marine Corps.
Yeah, just heavy hitters, you know, and learning from them too. Even as, you know, they were young captains. They just got done being platoon commanders, and you know, learning things from them. And the staff and COs there were great, you know, because those are guys who got a lot of experience. You know, Gunny Richmond taught me a lot about being a leader. You know, just his through mentorship. You know, just how he approached things, and yeah, he almost killed me one day.
Literally or figuratively?
Like, he was mad.
Said yes.
So, just not to go off track, but so we were doing like a company exercise. So we're out in the field, and mortars, of course, we're away from everybody because, you know, we have to be in the gun position.
Yeah.
And so we all have black ear radio, and someone comes over the radio, and you hear, the dingo ate my baby, and kept doing it. And Gunny Richmond gets on the radio, and he's like, look here, mortars, I know it's you. And it just starts going off. And I get on, I'm like, Gunny, it ain't us. I don't know who it is. Dingo ate my baby. So fast forward about 2 weeks, we're out on the range. And so range 7, range 6, you know, kind of far apart. Gunny's on range 6, I'm on range 7. Captain Tomko, who was our CO at the time.
Tomko.
Oh, yeah, you know, we won't, that guy was crazy as shit. But anyway, he comes up to our range. He's like, hey, Sergeant St. Pierre, let me see your radio. So I give it to him. He goes like, the dingo ate my baby. I'm like, you motherfucker, it was you. And keeps doing it. And Gunny Richmond is like, all right, mortars, don't make me drive down there. And this Captain Tonko, Gunny Richmond, this is Sergeant St. Pierre. I'm not scared of you, big black man.
Oh, good.
Literally 5 minutes later, all I see is headlights and dust coming down the road. And he didn't even, I don't even know if he put his car in park. He had to because it stopped. But door flies open, headlights on, and he's charging at me. I'm like, Gunny, it wasn't me.
I didn't do it.
And then Tomko steps in. He's like, hey, Gunny, it was me. He's like, God damn it, sir. You know, yeah. Like, literally, I thought he was going to kill me.
Yeah, he might have.
Yeah, he might have.
He might have.
Yeah.
Damn it, sir. I was thinking I was going to get some blood. That's funny.
Yeah, so, but being at Quantico, the downfall of that was the Hearst team.
Got histed.
Yeah, it got histed. And at the time, it was, I had submitted an A form for the drill field because I wanted to be a drill instructor. And came back was I need 0341 sergeants in the fleet. So I'm like, cool, I'm going back to the fleet.
Yeah.
And then next thing you know, I'm on the recruiter list. So I'll go down there and you got to get interviewed. You're in your uniform. And they asked you straight. They're like, hey, do you want to be a recruiter? And I was like, no, I don't. I think I'll be more beneficial as a drill instructor. I could teach Marines, yada, yada, yada. And they're like, oh, okay, yeah. All right, well, what if you got orders? I was like, well, I mean, I'm going to take the orders, you know. And about a month later, sure enough, the list comes out, and I'm on the list. And so I call the monitor. I'm like, hey, is there any way I can get out of this? You know, you said you need 0341 sergeants in the fleet. I'm ready to go back to the fleet. And he was like, man, recruiting duty takes priority. And he's like, all you can do is try to submit another A form. And I was like, okay, cool. So I submitted another A form, and now I'm getting endorsements. You know, I had a Captain go write an endorsement. I had the battalion commander write an endorsement. I had the Colonel Lee, who was the school CO, he writes an endorsement, all to go, you know, to the drill field or back to the fleet. And didn't work out that way. So they sent me right down to MCRD San Diego to recruiting school.
Wonderful.
I tried to fill out of that school. I didn't study for one test.
Couldn't.
Nope. If you can talk in front of people, you'll pass that course.
You're good to go.
You're good to go.
Oh,
and
man.
that was one thing, was I could talk. And recruiting duty was, I'm not gonna lie, it was tough. It's a tough job.
Sure.
And you work some hours, and you know, I would think I was working 6 days a week, 1 day off a week, which was Sunday, and you know, that's my decompressed time. And you know, kind of neglected at the time my wife, you know, because I would go play golf, you know, and I'm just like, hey, I just need to decompress. And you know, kind of that divide's like, oh, you don't want to spend time. And you know, that was my fault, you know. So any advice to anyone going on recruiting duty, make time for your family. You have to, because they're going to bleed you dry for hours. I think the first week I was there, the guy I was replacing had me doing telephone calls till 11 o'clock at night. You know, I'm like, nobody wants to hear a recruiter call him at 10 o'clock at night, you know, like what? And that guy, he was a turd burglar anyways. I'm like, just horrible human being. And, but one thing recruiting duty did for me was it opened my eyes to the whole Marine Corps. Because prior to going there, I was, if you're not an infantry Marine, don't look at me, don't talk to me, I don't care anything about you.
Yeah.
And I show up to RS San Francisco, and the sergeant major, because you know I'm from that area, and sergeant major was like, "You're going to Salinas." I was like, "Salinas? Why Salinas? I thought you told me I can go to Vallejo." And he was like, "Because I need a white boy there." I was like, "Okay, Roger that." And which was a godsend, because if I would have went to my hometown, I probably wouldn't have been as successful as I was. So I go down to RSS Salinas and check in down there. My NCOIC is a motor T guy, or no, excuse me, he's a logistics guy, so he's a 04. The other recruiter is a 01, so he's an admin guy. And then the guy I'm replacing is a motor T guy. So I'm like, shit, man, there's no infantry guys around me. And that
Now, what are you going to be, just mad all day at everybody? That don't work.
It don't work, exactly. And in the actual whole RS, there was only 3 of us who were 03s.
Oh, wow, okay.
And so it makes you...
That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Like, numbers-wise,
Yeah.
I understand the infantry or the Marine Corps now. It makes sense.
Yeah. But, and it's just like...
But are you the star player in that?
No.
No? Okay.
Because it's not about... And infantry Marines are very successful on recruiting duty, because if you do more than 4 years in the Marine Corps in the infantry and you re-enlist, you love the Marine Corps.
That's right.
And when you talk to these young men and women, they can see the compassion, or they can see the passion coming out of you.
That's right.
So at first, no, it wasn't. Like, because you're still getting your legs underneath you.
Yeah.
And like, I learned a lot from, especially, you know, the 2 guys, the logistic guy and the admin guy. They taught me a lot about, hey, this is how you have to be. You know, you got to monotone. You got to know when to bring it up and bring it down. And you got to, you know, sell from your heart. Don't sell these kids, you know, where I'm from, we call it wolf tickets. You know, don't lie to these kids. And they taught me with the benefit tags, you know, you got the 11 benefit tags, and you got the tangible and the intangible.
Yeah.
They're like, whether they pick the intangible or not, you talk about them, because that's what makes us different than everybody else. They're like, these things, they can get in any service, but these right here are the only ones they can get in the Marine Corps. And then they always said the red tag, the pride of belonging. They're like, this is the last tag you talk about. I don't care if that kid picks it first, you talk about that last. And that's when
They have a system to hook them at the end.
well, that's when the passion comes out, because you're talking about the pride. And for me, it was, the Marine Corps is what I was missing my whole life for the most part. Growing into adulthood, it's what I was missing. So, I think they could resonate with that. They're like, man, this guy's freaking passionate about this shit. And
and it's authentic.
Yeah.
So it's not, just about anybody can see authentic from bullshit.
Yeah.
Or feel it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And there's tricks you can do, like when you got a kid and they call it the hard closes. You give them, like I would give them the pride of belonging tag, and I let them hold it, and I'm talking about it. Then I would take it from them. I'm like, you know what, man, I'm sorry. I wasted your time. You wasted my time. You don't have what it takes to be a Marine. And then that's from the spark. He's like, wait a minute, I have what it takes.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, well, let's talk about this. And then, you go into it. But recruiting duty really opened my eyes, but it also hurt my marriage at the time.
Yeah, I bet.
It
what's the attrition rate for married?
Shit,
I mean, it's stupid high for divorce rates
we stayed together after that, and all the way up until 2019 is when we got divorced. And I mean, to this day, we're still best friends.
You got divorced same time you got retired?
Yeah. Well, no, I PCS'd in 2019.
Oh, okay.
And she PCS'd with us because we got two girls, and she's still my best friend. I was talking to her before I came down here. We were just talking, and we're great friends. It's just the marriage it wasn't working.
Yeah, I got you.
As a married couple, but that was kind of like the start of it. Was recruiting duty, because all my time and effort went into work.
Yeah.
And then the day I did have off, it was hey, I'm gonna go do this for me, because I need this for me. And I wasn't taking her into account of, she just wants to spend time with you. So
were you like that with other jobs as well? Were you like that as a Marine?
As a Marine, yeah, I always put the Marine Corps. And she'll tell you this. It's funny. When I first met her, I told her, I was like, the Marine Corps comes first, right? Because that's what I knew.
I know.
I
do know.
And
I don't think you can be both at the same time, and I've tried to make this argument for a while now, but I don't think you can be the lockdown husband and a lockdown Marine.
It's hard.
And I don't think it's next to impossible to be a lockdown father and a lockdown Marine.
It's hard. And I'm going to tell you, when I came out this way in 2019, when we divorced, I took the kids, right? Because she was like, hey, you owe me fucking, 16 years of babysitting time or whatever, because all the deployments and all this stuff I was gone. I'm like, okay, I'll take the girls. Hardest job, that by far is the hardest job I've ever had, is trying to work a job, run a household, and take care of the kids.
Yeah.
Like, my hat's off is to all women who do that. Like,
totally agree.
Like, fuck me, man. That shit was
totally agree. Yep.
hard. Now my kids are, I got one in college. She's doing her thing, living her best life. My oldest is working. She's doing her thing. And, and that's all because of their mom. Their mom raised them from they was babies to, 14, 15, something like that. And then I took over. And, she grew them, and I just had to maintain, so. Yeah.
I think that, every different strokes for different folks, but on the appearance for me, I've told guys since we came home, and since I came home from Marja, I've had to have the stark reality chat with Marines to say they don't come, like, all women can't do this.
Yeah.
There are very few women who can do this, stay sane enough and loyal enough to somebody who's always going to put them on the back.
Yep.
Always.
Yeah.
And it comes because of the Marine Corps,
yeah,
or the Marine that needs help that they've never known,
yep,
or sometimes that you've never known and you're still choosing to go spend time with that,
yep,
than this. And
oh yeah,
it takes a special woman to, it doesn't take a special woman to love us. It takes a special woman to continue
to stay.
Exactly. And she can still love you and lead, because,
and it's, yeah, I don't know how many birthdays and anniversary. Like I missed my 20th anniversary because I was deployed, you know, and that's what I signed up for.
Yeah.
You know, and yeah, I told her, it was like, hey, you know, this is Marine Corps comes first, but it's hard for them to fully understand that and what that comes with when they first meet you. Yeah. Because, you know, you get a phone call in the middle of the night and you got PFC dumbass who got in a fight and tried to fight some freaking MPs and now you got to go get his ass, right?
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
It's tough. It's very tough. And it was crazy because, you know, coming off recruiting duty, I got out, well, recruiting duty. So, yeah, we did write down. So, before we jump ahead, but, okay, so I'm a recruiter. I'm successful for the most part. You know, I won Rookie Recruiter of the Year.
Hell yeah.
I got meritoriously promoted to Staff Sergeant, which at the time I didn't think it was a big deal because I was like, hey, man, I would have got selected 2 months later anyway, so, you know, whatever. But looking back on it, I mean, it's a pretty big deal.
It is.
So they're grooming me to become a NCOIC of a station, right? And September of 2001, they sent me down to an NCOIC course in San Diego. And what happens in September? September 11th. And, you know, my wife at the time, she's freaking out because she's seen it on TV. So she's calling me, thinking that they're going to put me on a ship and send me away right away.
I think that's what everybody probably thought.
And she's like, I'm driving down there now. I'm like, I'm not going anywhere. I'm in school. I'm on recruit. You tried to explain to her. She's like, I'm coming. I was like, okay. And so, you know, finish out that course. And, you know, I mean, it's tragic time, 9/11. And it was funny because the area I recruited in, my office was actually in Gilroy, California, guard capital of the world. Gilroy was, you had friendly military and you had non-friendly military people, right? 9/11 happens. Now I got everybody's friendly. Yeah. I got people coming in with plates of cookies and like, God bless you. Thank you for your service. And I'm like, should I eat these? Or like,
are these from friendly or not friendly?
Yeah, are they going to kill me? I think I'll pass. But, you know, so that's the area I was in. And so I get done with NCOIC school and we're coming up on October. And my NCOIC, he's going on leave for the month. And so they tell me, they're like, okay, this is your trial run, right? We're going to see how you do. I'm like, all right, cool, roger that. Boom, take it. They were like, you're not on quota this month, so don't worry about writing any contracts. So I was like, all right, cool. So all the kids I was working, I gave them off to my recruiters, you know, to put them in. So we end up overwriting and over-shipping for that month, right? So I did a good job. Easy to do because the guy who was running the place ran a tight ship. And I mean, we had kids lined up ready to go whenever. Then, you know, fast forward a little bit, the NCOIC job opens up for another station, and they put another guy there. I'm like, what the fuck? I thought that's what you were grooming me for. They're like, well, he decided he's going to put an 8412 package in, become a career recruiter. So that's why they gave it to him. It's like, okay, I'll play your game. So I go off, start doing my thing, and my time is coming to an end. I got probably 8 months left, so I reach out to the monitor. I'm like, hey, coming up on my end, I got about 8 months left. And he's like, all right, where do you want to go? I was like, I'm going to go back to Camp Pelton. He was like, yeah, that ain't happening. It's like, well, what do you mean? He's like, you're going 29 Palms. That's the best I can do for you for 1st Marine Division. I was like, all right, well, I want to use my recruiter option. He's like, I don't give a fuck about your recruiter option. You're going to 29 Palms. Either take the orders or get out. I don't care. It's master guns I feel. So I was like, fuck. Okay, and the only thing I knew about 29 Palms was from CACs, right? Like, we drove into 29 Palms. I didn't even know main site existed. Because we came in through the back way, and we stopped at Camp Wilson, and then we went out to the field, and we were on the field for the 30 days, and we left. When we left, we drove through Camp Wilson. So I never knew about 29 Palms. I was like, man, fuck that. I don't want to go there. But ended up going there and loved it. Like 29 Palms is best duty station I think I've ever been in, just because the environment for an infantryman.
I think it has to be.
Yeah, it was
you have
phenomenal.
It all.
So I get orders to 29 Palms, and it's to 3rd Battalion, 4th Marines. And something just kind of struck me. I was like, I wonder where Captain Schreffler is now. He was my platoon commander out at TBS. Phenomenal dude. And probably the smartest guy I've ever met in my life. very common sense, just a great leader. And so I end up finding him. He's in 29 Palms. He's 3'7". So I call him up. I'm like, hey, sir, what's going on? You know, Staff Sergeant St. Pierre. Hey, I'm coming to 29 Palms. And he's like, 3'7"? I was like, no, I got orders to 3'4". He's like, can you get your orders changed to 3'7"? I need staff NCOs. I was like, I don't know. Let me call the monitor and see. So I call the monitor, and he's like, yeah, I can do that. He goes, but you got to sign. I had to fill out an A form waiving because they were deploying, like, they were supposed to deploy in February, and I was getting there in October. October time frame. So I had to sign some waiver or something. And so I was like, yeah, no problem. So I do that. So I get my orders changed, and I'm getting a 2-month cut from recruiting duty early.
Nice.
Right? So that was a good thing. And so I call Streffler back. I'm like, yep, I got my orders changed to 3'7". He's like, all right, good. And then as the coming time's closer to leaving, I'm talking to the company gunny. He was like, when you get here, get your SIF gear. I'll pick you up tomorrow or the next day, and you're going up because we're going to be out at CAC. So I was like, all right, cool. And that was a great thing for me because a lot has changed in 5 years.
Yeah.
You know, like when I left the fleet, we had PEC 4s. Come back, we got PEC 2s. I'm like, fuck, how do we go down in numbers? Right?
yeah.
I thought we always went up, but so I'm like looking at the EDL sheet when I get out there to the field. I'm like, the fuck is a PVS 14? Because we had 7 Bravos.
That's right.
When I first came in, we had 5 Charlies, which
Okay.
were the box.
I didn't ever have that.
Oh man, they were the box and they had a Cyclops.
Okay.
So I'm like, PVS 14, what the hell? And then just all these different things, you know, that the Marine Corps was getting, and it was good because I was around the guys, my squad leaders. You know, they helped me out a lot at first. You know, like you gotta rely on your squad leaders and your team leaders, and you know, I had one squad leader. This guy was a good guy, heart in the right place. He was in the band for 4 years and decided he wanted to be an infantry marine. So he re-enlists as an infantry marine. So they send him to SY, and you know, he goes through SY, and then he gets to the battalion. They send him to squad leader school. So we're out there. We're like 2 weeks in. We're in the defense or something. And I go up to him. I'm like, hey, I need you to do this, this, and this, and this. He's like, hold on 1 second, Staff Sergeant. He pulls out the fucking pub from his pack and starts reading. And I just grabbed that. I was so mad. I just grabbed it and I chucked it down range. I was like, do what you're told. Like, God, we ain't got time for this right now.
Pubs out.
Yeah, you know, and you know, God bless him, because he was just trying to do what was right.
Yeah.
He wasn't sure,
Yeah.
and you know, he didn't ask. He just went straight to the pub. And at that moment, we didn't have time because we were getting ready to go into the attack or something. I can't remember exactly what we were doing, but I had some great squad leaders, and even in the platoon, you know, our weapons platoon sergeant, a guy by the name of Matt Carpenter,
Okay.
retired gunner, phenomenal. And you know, he was a little older than me and been a staff sergeant a little bit longer than I have, so kind of put his arm around me and showed me the way. And that was the guy who I was like, I want to be like him, you know, as a platoon sergeant. And dude was hard as woodpecker lips and just a freaking beast. And yeah, he was great. And then I had a great platoon commander as a second lieutenant, Isaac Moore. Guy just got it. Like, just, I don't know what it was, but he just got it. And he wasn't, you know, typical second lieutenant making dumb mistakes all the time. Not saying all second lieutenants make dumb mistakes, but you know, they do, some of them. But like, you can give him a 5-paragraph order and he can recite it almost verbatim.
Let's go.
You know, yeah, like just very smart. And he also was a beast. I think he walked onto the VMI wrestling team and ended up getting a scholarship.
Yeah,
VMI.
he's a beast.
Yeah, and his brother's a beast too. And I've served with his brother also. Like, both the Moore brothers were great. And then, you know, with Streffler as the company commander, great. Our first sergeant, he was good, but he was a little off. He had this dude had a sandbag with a face drawn on it, sitting on his desk, and he would talk to it. His name was Guns. Yeah, like you go in there and he'd be like, Guns, what do you think I should do? Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Like,
Off the rocker.
he did too many tours in Bridgeport. I think
Yeah,
he did
there
like
you go.
3 tours in Bridgeport. Like he got altitude sickness a little too much. But Monty Burns, man, First Sergeant Burns was great. Great dude. Didn't know how to count for shit. His EDL, like we give him the EDLs, and they wouldn't change. And he'd be like, "That wasn't what you said yesterday." It's like, First Sergeant, ain't nobody leave.
It's all been here.
Yeah, we argue about it for 30 minutes, and then he'd be like, "Oh, fuck yeah, you're right." You know, it's just great dude. Company gunny, retired Master Gunner Sergeant Stieber, Dennis Stieber. We bumped heads a couple times, but he was great as a company gunny. Took care of the guys,
Okay.
and you know, it's a great experience. So do CACs and get done like November time frame, and Vance Party's going to leave in January, right? So they're getting ready to go. We go on Christmas break.
Going to
Okinawa.
okay.
And so Vance Party, they're getting ready to leave, and who we were replacing 2-7, I think it was. So their advance party's getting ready to come back, and Christmas leave, yeah, everything. We're kind of hearing like, hey, we may get deployed to Kuwait, and it's kind of rumor mill, right?
Mm-hmm.
And sure enough, my neighbor, the guy who lived across the street from me, he was our supply chief, and unfortunately, he lost his leg the first day of the war, but we were talking one day, and he was like, hey man, we're going. I was like, how the fuck you know? And he was like, hey, you know, we're starting to get desert camis in and stuff like that. So I'm like, okay. And sure enough, come January, come back off Christmas leave, and they tell us, they're like, hey, we're going. And fuck, when did we leave? I think we left like 2 or 3 weeks. We were the first infantry battalion on deck
SO2?
in Kuwait.
Nope.
Now we're 03,
03.
beginning of 03. So we get there first, and we start, you know, help setting up the LSAs were kind of set up. We actually helped set up the MEF ASP. And then, you know, you're just in Kuwait living in the desert for...
That place sucks.
Oh, yeah.
Hot.
Goddamn, I hate Kuwait. So as we're getting ready to, you know, do our thing, nobody knows when it's coming or anything. My platoon, we get chopped to first tanks to be team tanks. They send a platoon of tanks down to the battalion. And so about a week and a half before we actually crossed the LD, tanks, the company we were with, moves up to the border of Safwan. So we're on the border of Safwan, right? Mm-hmm. And, you know, we're living in fighting holes, got our tracks, got our tanks, and, you know, they're up on the border facing north. And then the night before we LD'd, we just see all this fucking artillery flying over our heads. Like, oh, fuck, what's going on? Aircraft coming in.
Bet it's coming soon now.
Yeah, aircraft coming in. And matter of fact, we had a Cobra fire 2 missiles at our tanks, at 2 of our tanks sitting on a hill facing north. Missed the first one, hit the second tank, hit it like in the skirt, and it was the CO's tank.
Oh boy.
And he just gets over the radio, calm, cool, collective. He was like, oh yeah, we're gonna need the wrecker up here to pull this tank off the hill. Fortunately, nobody was hurt. You know, I think the fact like bumped his face on the turret and cut his face or something, but that was it. And so we're like, I wonder what's going on. And the next day, we're, you know, doing our regular morning routine, and I look down the road and I just see all these Amtraks. Mm-hmm. And I grab my lieutenant. I'm like, hey, sir, what do you think? Are we going? He's like, fuck, I don't know. He gets on the radio, and sure enough, he's like, all right, boys, get your shit. Get them on the tracks. We're going.
We're going.
We're going. And boom, cross the LD. I want to say the lead track going through the LD hit a mine. Just kind of knocked the track off, nothing major. Keep pushing. So we're making our way, we're west of the oil fields of Safwan. We're going, I can't remember where we're going to, but first time, as we're going up, the first time we got shot at, one guy pops up, shoots, and so we got tanks up front, and then we got our tracks. So I'm like the middle track, platoon commander's first track, and then I got my third track. And the crew chief of the first track is like looking back at our track. He's like making sure we're like whatever, and he ends up telling me a little bit later, I just heard the gunshot, heard a little noise. I'm like, okay, whatever. You know, I'm sitting in the TC hatch, like, bobbing my head. Mm-hmm. And he's like, dude, that tracer round just missed you.
Oh, no shit.
I was like, fuck, whoa, cool. So we get up to, I don't know why we stopped in this place. Well, we stopped there, and tanks is fucking engaging towards Safwan, and they're firing main tank gun rounds at anything that fucking moved.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they got the baddest coax in the world,
Oh, I think
like they want to shoot main tank gun rounds because it's cooler, right?
I suppose I could see that.
Yeah, and then we started getting shot at from our area, and that first instance when you first getting shot at, like I'm getting the guys out of the track, I'm shooting from the TC hatch, I come running out, get the guys, online, and my machine gunners, what was his name? Hayes is behind his gun in the open, and he's just letting loose, like, rounds hitting around him, and he's just freaking going to town, like
just giving him the business,
just giving it to us, like like he's on range 400, like nobody's shooting at him.
Yeah,
he's just going, and that impressed me. I was
that's
like,
awesome.
Holy shit! And, that first time you're getting shot, you're like kind of scared. You're just like, what the fuck? And then you realize, like, these motherfuckers are trying to kill me and my guys.
Yeah.
Like, hell no.
Yeah.
And so you get your wits about you and push through. And we ended up clearing. There was a couple building structures we had to clear, and it was that was the first day, and we're just like, I'm like, damn, is the rest of the gonna be like this? Like, yeah, welcome to Iraq. It was actually kind of quiet for the next week or so, or actually next couple of weeks. You drive by shit and everything be over, and every town we hit was abandoned, and we just end up blowing up anti-aircraft guns. Mm-hmm. Excuse me, but when the army people got taken, right out of Nasiriyah, we were en route.
Who's that, Lynch? You talking about that
Yeah.
one? Yeah.
Well, the other crew. Well,
there's a bunch of them.
Yeah.
But...
So we were on the road, and we get a call like, hey, they're in this prison. You guys are going to hit the prison. It's like, okay, so we're driving to it. It's nighttime. And Amtrackers during this time they were notorious for having negligent discharges on their up guns.
Oh.
And so they were told, next negligent discharge, you're going to get NJP'd, right? Like, they weren't messing around with them anymore. And as we're driving, the track in front of me ND's the 50 cal. And someone calls over the radio, contact. And I'm on the radio, I'm like, no, that was an ND, like negative. And they're like, no. So we stopped the convoy, get off the tracks, get off the road, start going. And well, happens to be a fucking trench system along the road. So we're clearing the trenches. And took us about an hour and a half to clear everything. We get back on the tracks, go up, we hit the prison. And so as we enter the prison, I break my squads up. I'm like, hey, first squad, you're going down here. Second squad, you're going down here. Third squad, you're going down here. And there's so many cells. By the time we hit like the last 2 or 3 cells, there was nobody left. All my guys were
somewhere else.
So it was me, the corpsman, and I want to say the radio operator. Like, we're clearing these last 2 cells. And the last cell, there was a pile of mop suits, U.S. mop suits in there. And so kind of grab them, and I'm like, fuck, like, I think these are the Army people's shit. So we got the intel guys in there. They came in there, and then they, collect everything up. They verify some of them are from those Army people. And come to find out, we just missed them being there by, like, I want to say 45 minutes to an hour. So if we didn't stop for that ND,
you'd have been there on time.
We would have been there on time. Yeah.
Did anything come of the ND, or did they play it off as contact?
No, they just thought it was contact. And
like, I was never be a guy that's trying to fuck somebody over in their career, but also you don't want to launch into this huge resourceful thing.
Yeah, it was
over nothing.
Yeah, and then what was it? So after that, we go up. We did a night raid on Salwan Park. It was supposedly Saddam Hussein, one of his palaces in Salwan Park. And bringing it back to recruiting duty, that guy who said he was becoming 8412, he was a tanker. He said, fuck you guys, I ain't becoming 8412. And went back to the fleet around the same time I did. So
you see him with tanks?
Yeah, I saw him with tanks. And so we're shooting the shit. He actually resupplied us with Copenhagen because all my guys were out. So thank God for Stashar and Lagan.
Boom.
But when we're on the radio getting the Frago to hit this palace, Lagan he hears, hey, Lima 2 is gonna do that. He knows that's my platoon, and he's like, hey, I'll crush through the gate with my tank and, you know, give them a breach so they can breach in. And we're doing it with one of the ODA teams.
Okay.
And so he comes crashing through that gate like he's hauling ass, not knowing what's on the other side of this wall, right?
Yeah.
And it's a freaking stucco guard post. Runs right into it, thing collapses down on his tank, and he's stuck.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so we come rushing in. I'm like, hey, man, good job, thanks. And
See ya.
yeah, so we start hitting the buildings, and, you know, ODAs, they're hitting the buildings they think he's in. We're
Yeah.
clearing all the other ones. You know, they're doing explosive breaches. We're sledgehammering and foot kicking doors down, right?
Yeah.
Clearing the shit. And so as we're coming out, you know, he's still stuck as we're coming out. I'm just like, how'd that work out for you, bro? Like,
Yeah, next time.
yeah, next time. And then, so I think the next day we were driving through there, and our company, I think the headquarters track took a couple RPGs. Yeah, they got into a couple little skirmishes, and then we end up outside of Baghdad. Was it the Rashid military complex or something? So we got the company online, and there's a road above us, kind of above us, like a freeway on-ramp or something. And so we're company tracks lined up, and, you know, the Iraqis start sending just small groups, like 2 or 3 guys up to shoot at us, and we're just freaking lighting them up. And our FAC team, or FIST team, is running air on the other side, you know, just wiping dudes out with A-10s. And so this one technical comes up, Toyota truck with a machine gun, and comes up, and I got my radio operator next to me. I'm standing on top of the track, so I'm like shooting at this guy, like stand up, take aim, well aim position, you know, squeeze around. And I have tracer rounds in my magazine, and my radio operator's like, "Oh, you hit him, Staff Sergeant," because the guy fell, but he got right back up. I'm like, I don't know if I hit him, but all I see from the side is these 9mm spotting rounds coming in, and I'm like, no way, Baca, give me the freaking binoculars.
Rocket coming.
And I look up, and sure enough, it's just 9mm tracer rounds. There's about 10 of them come, well, you know, total of 10 come in. I'm like, dude's about to get a rocket.
Yeah.
Sure enough, rocket hits this truck, and I just see this guy fly up in the air, probably about 15, 20 feet. Bam. And come to find out, the guy who took that rocket shot, Corporal Christopher Gibson, great guy. He was a 51 that was attached to my platoon. There for most of the OIF-1, took that shot at 500 meters.
Wow.
With a small. That's why I took him so many spotting rounds.
Yeah.
And hit him, and so we worked that over, and then we get fragged. We're like, all right, we're gonna go hit this facility. And the one time my platoon is not the main effort, we get put in a blocking position, right? So we go set up our little blocking position. I think the 3rd platoon was main effort. They're doing their thing, and we get into the biggest gunfight like the company has seen the whole freaking
at the blocking position.
At the blocking position.
Nice.
Yeah, and it was actually like we ended up going into this building that was under construction, so it basically was just like walls and pillars and shit like that. And so as we're going in, I mean, they were close. One of the Marines threw a grenade. Iraqi picked it up, threw it back, blew up. One of my Marines took some shrapnel in his ear. But this dude, he's just standing in the middle of like what would be a walkway, right, holding security. And I'm like, Nelson, get the fuck over here and let the corpsman look at you. He's like, I'm good, Staff Sergeant. He would not leave. Roger that. So we start working our way around, and there's a group of 5 guys in this one, like what would be a cubicle or office. And they're literally, there was a wall here. There was like the walkway, and then they were right on the other side. So like me to that couch right there. And close. And one of the guys pops his head up, and I'm looking, and I'm like, holy fuck, that looks like Carmouche, which is one of my Marines. Like literally looked like him, glasses, everything. I'm like, holy fuck. And then I realized, I'm like, wait a minute, that's not Carmouche. There's Iraqis, 2 quick shots, you know, whatever. Don't know what happens. And so we come around them, and like these dudes are like super close, and we're just exchanging gunfire back and forth, hand grenades. And
inside that building still?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
shit, okay.
And we end up freaking taking them out. And you know, when we walked in to, you know, make sure that do the dead checks and all that stuff, one of the guys, you remember the in science class, you would have the picture of like the muscle system, and there would be no skin on it. Like that shit is accurate. Because this dude
real close to that.
Yeah,
huh?
this guy, one of the Iraqis took shrapnel across his face right here, and it was like when you open a sardine can, it was peeled back like that, and you could just see. Oh, I was like, holy shit, science class was right. You know? So we ended up doing that, and so the day that we're not the main effort, we're a blocking force, supporting effort. We become the main effort.
You became the main effort.
Yeah. and got
No
into
days off, bitches.
No days off, yeah. And then a couple days later, we're in Baghdad, and then, we took down the Ministry of Oil building, which is kind of like shaped like the Pentagon.
Yep.
It's fucking huge.
How about you? What, you our company to do that?
Yeah.
More?
Yeah.
Probably should have been more.
Yeah, it should have been more.
Yeah.
And so we're on the roof, and I have a javelin team, snipers, machine guns, and I got my small guys. Like they're all attached to my platoon. So I had a platoon of like 50-something dudes, and so I got machine guns and jav and small. They're like down on a smaller building on the roof, and there's a soccer stadium across from us. And these two guys who fired a couple RPGs start running across the soccer stadium, and sure enough, I see the jav starting to track them. I'm like, this dude is not about to shoot a javelin at these two guys. First off, you're not going to lock onto a human, right? But
that's true.
Yeah.
Might still get close enough.
they fired. They did shoot. They missed. Small gunners tried to shoot them, missed, and then the machine gunners just freaking cut them down.
Yeah.
And it was just like, okay, done, over.
Light work.
Yeah.
Good job, Smalls.
Yeah. But at the time, the first arm, he's on a because the building's shaped kind of weird, so he's over here and I could see him, and he's down behind the wall of the roof, and I see him take his rifle and put his helmet on the barrel. He's sticking it up. Going
Are
up
they
and down.
shooting at him?
No.
Oh. What are you doing?
They were shooting, but it was just he didn't draw any more fire to him.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was just comical. Some of the things you see,
Oh yeah.
is just like, holy shit. I mean, his heart's in the right place because he's trying to draw fire,
Sure.
so we can do what we need to do.
I've seen some of that in my
But
my trips.
let me go back. So when we were in Kuwait training, this is something he did for me, and this is a true leader right here. Is we're out there like doing squad rushes or something, and he came up to me. He's like, "Hey, Staff Sergeant, where's your SAPI plates at?" I was like, "I don't have any. I was never issued any."
Oh no shit.
Because at the time they were new, not everyone had them, shit like that, and I made sure my Marines had them before I did. Because
Sure.
I'm a platoon sergeant, like they're gonna be. I'm gonna be back a little bit, and he was like, "You never got none?" I was like, "No," and he had one, and he pulled it out right there and he gave it to me. He says, "You're gonna need this before I need it," and I was like, "Fuck, thanks, First Sergeant."
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And so I had one SAPI plate for the war.
Front or back?
Front. I put it in the front.
my God.
Yeah, put it in the front. Another funny story is when we did the operational pause, because we had to let the logistics catch up.
Yeah.
So I got my tracks and learned the defense, and I took my 782 gear off and I put it on top of the track in between the TC hatch and the crew chief hatch. I'm doing radio watch one night. It's like midnight or something, and my watch comes off. So I was like, I left my 782 gear up there. Climb out. Next guy comes in and replaces me in there, and I'm sleeping next to the track.
Yeah.
A couple hours later, I wake up to fire, and so I pop up, and the Marine takes my 782 gear and he throws it off the track, and it's on fire. I'm like, what the fuck? How is it on fire? The trackers got cold, so they decided to turn the heater on,
And your shit was
and
laying
the
on
smoke grenade, it ignited the smoke grenade because it got so hot.
Oh shit.
So half of my
I would have never thought about that.
yeah, so the magazine pouches that I had that survived the fire were purple because it was violet smoke. So I had a tan,
With some purple
freaking
pouches.
tan flak jacket on with purple pouches. Yeah,
I love
freaking
it.
awesome. Yeah.
Love it.
So yeah,
If it's gonna be smoke, it might as well be violet.
might as well. Might as well. Yeah. So burnt most of my 782 gear. And then later on in that war, as we're going to Baghdad, my Amtracker decides to drive too close to a fence at night, and the left side of the track, all the packs were on the left side of the track, got ripped off. One of them was mine.
Did we
and-
stop and get them?
Well, we didn't realize it.
Until well later.
Yeah, and then next morning we went
Motherfucker.
back and we tried to find stuff, and we found pieces of stuff, but had all my camis in there, and it had the picture of my oldest daughter's ultrasound.
Oh.
So I was like, fuck, man. Like,
Did you find that? Find the stuff? Oh.
No.
They rat fucked it before
Yeah.
you guys could get back?
Yeah.
Did you guys have rockets or gear or anything in it?
No,
Well,
there's-
if you're in an Amtrak, it's probably in that, huh?
All the serialized gear, ammo, all that stuff was on our persons. Our packs were just camis, because we were still
Creature
in mop,
comforts
yeah,
and
we were
shit.
still in mop suits at the time, and so when
Yeah, that sucks.
So when we switched out of mop suits, I didn't have any camis, so I had to borrow one of the Amtrackers. He gave me a set, and they were like 2 sizes too big on me, so I'm like rolling the sleeves. Oh yeah, it's freaking yeah.
Sucks.
So that was my experience in OIF1.
OIF1.
in the war portion of it.
Let me ask you, I'll ask you this after we cover OIF2, but I don't want to forget to contrast and compare them,
Yeah.
the times, because those times may be a bit different, huh?
Way different.
And then also, on your march into Baghdad, did you guys encounter a lot of people giving up? Because I think sometimes that gets overlooked. There were white flags from a lot of units coming in, and I don't know if that was something you dealt with or not, or in like how to process that.
Dude, I'm trying to think, dude. I mean, we dealt with it a little bit, but not
Extensively.
I don't remember it as like in droves.
Okay, okay.
So, like I said, most of the time when we got to a place, they were already gone. It was cleared or whatever.
Yeah. Like I watched you guys, this was 03 going into 04. I was watching you guys do these things and the shock and awe campaigns going into Baghdad and all the things leading up to my going to boot camp later in 04. So those were the fights and the things that I was watching was what you guys were doing.
It was, it wasn't anything, like I expected more from OIF1.
Do you think most people did?
I think so. Yeah.
They
Because,
they felt like the brunt of the war would have been right there.
Yeah, and because you're hearing all this stuff. Oh yeah, the Republican Guards tank battalion is here. We're gonna go fight them, and you get there and they're gone.
Yeah, they bailed.
Everything's abandoned.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I anticipated a big, huge clash as well,
Yeah.
and the insurgency became a 20-year clash that
Yeah.
we didn't really think was coming.
And it was like even when we were in Baghdad and we were waiting to go to where we we're going next. We went and we found a school that was just every single classroom was just from the floor to the roof stacked with ammo, right? Everything from 7.62 to freaking anti-air rounds, right? So we cleared the school out, and then we took it on as a project, and we were painting. And we got pictures with the kids and all that shit, and just okay, like
You bring your humanity back a little bit.
So I think it was a tough deployment, but it wasn't the toughest deployment. It was more so a fact of like you were anticipating all this bad stuff to happen, and then it doesn't happen. You're like that gunfight we got into. It was up close and personal, and we had before we deployed, we had Dave Grossman's Colonel Grossman's come and talk to the battalion. And one of the things that resonated with me, what he said joy shared is joy multiplied. Meaning, I tell you a joke, you like it, you're going to tell it to someone else, they're going to tell it, it's going to multiply, right? But the thing that really got me was pain shared is pain divided. So the more you talk about something that was painful to people who can understand what you went through, the easier it gets to deal with later on, right? And so we kind of came up with this thing. It's like, all right, we're going to debrief things. And so after that gunfight, I think a week later is when we actually had time to sit down and actually debrief it and like get the whole platoon together and be like, okay,
goods, bads, and difference.
Yeah, and just like, okay, what are you feeling? Because like, I mean, we were killing people.
Yeah.
Shit you train for. And we happened to have a reporter from the Wall Street Journal with us, and he wrote about this debrief in this article. And I'm sorry, no worries.
I was about to throw that at you. I want to write that down.
Oh yeah.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay, so when we actually got there to debrief it, and just talk to them, have the Marines talking what they're feeling and things of that nature, and I was quoted in there of saying, "Hey, we just did what the Bible tells us not to do, but they made no attempt to surrender, so we put them down. We had to, right?" And when that article published in the Wall Street Journal, my wife at the time, she got so much emails.
Bad?
No. Good supporting.
Okay. Yeah, good.
And she told me about it. When I got home, she showed me them. I was like, holy shit! Like just the support that was given to that. And it was just us talking what we experienced and how we felt.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
I think that's important. And I'm not sure that I probably didn't even do it enough, but I know that different commands I was in probably should have done that more. And it's not everybody that's going into a kinetic fight like that. Like there were few battalions that went through heavy kinetic fighting throughout that war, at least in the beginning part of it. And it's like, I think that's right though. Yeah. I think that especially the young minds, the lance corporals and the corporals that are doing some of this stuff, maybe they need somebody to say, hey, you're having bad dreams or you're having these thoughts and this, you're dissociating a bit. That's normal. Yeah. You just killed people. Yeah. It's normal. In the West, we don't kill people like this
Grossman
anymore.
even explains it. There's a couple, maybe 5% of people in the world who can kill someone and not feel a thing.
Yeah, they're psychopaths.
Yeah. And then you got,
we're supposed to, if you do it clean with honor and you're not a psychopath, you are supposed to have feelings. Yes. And one thing, I had a conversation with Grossman on this podcast, and one thing I told Grossman, the way I felt, especially because I did Wayne Phelps, who Grossman worked for the book On Killing Remotely, The Psychology of Killing with Drones. Okay. And the second that we can, non-psychopathic people can go to war and maim and kill everybody and not have issues from it, we all lost already. It's all over then. Yeah. And that's where we're getting with robots, though, and that's what bothers me. But yes, I think that's the necessity for the human side of war, is that we do have that because it stops from genocide and what's going on in Africa right now.
And I look at it as, some people are like, oh, that's touchy-feely and all this. Is like, no, man, pain shared is pain divided. That's important. And how many guys do we have that are dealing with PTSD?
Shit, too many.
And I came in with the mindset, when I joined the Marine Corps, I knew there's a possibility that I would have to kill and I was going to see people die, right? Mm-hmm. Friends of mine. So that aspect of it, to me, that doesn't bother me as much as other things, in other traumas, right? Because I expected that. I joined knowing that could happen, and actually I was seeking it. I was like, hey, like I said, I wanted to kill people and blow shit up. Yep. I got to do both. So.
What were the non-killing things that got to you?
Like I came back especially after OF2, with more. I came back like more. What's the word? Some people call it anxiety, but it stems from you're there to help them, right? That's we're there to win hearts and minds, as we say, and it's not reciprocated, or you tell someone to stop and they don't stop, and you tell them to stop again and they don't stop, and next you're shooting, and things of that nature. Like I came back with, I think, more like anger than like trauma of, oh shit, Major Gannon was killed. Like even though he was a great human being, and we'll talk about him, and it's just, I expected to lose people that I was close with, and I'm a strong believer in, when it's your time, it's your time.
Almost like a fatalist.
Yeah. Like we all got to die sometime. We're not going to live forever, and it's, we can't do anything to stop it. And I look at it as like me personally, when I pass on, I don't want people to mourn or to stop what they're doing in their life, because life moves on. You know, especially my kids. Like yeah, you knew while I was here physically on this planet, I loved you, and I was there for you, and don't worry, I'm gonna still be watching you do great things. Keep doing great things.
Don't let this be
Yeah.
something that defines you.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't. I mean, sometimes I don't like when I truly mean comes off kind of, I guess, rough. I don't want to offend anybody, but it's just how I feel. You know, not everybody's gonna feel the way I feel. And
Sure. I'd like to stop right there though, because two things. One, I got in this game to kill people too. Don't get me wrong. Understood I was going to. It affected me.
Yeah.
Maybe not terribly, but it had effects on me. Putting somebody's eyes cold the first time, it was weird.
Yeah.
Hitting somebody close the first time, that hits weird.
Well, that hits. So.
But losing Marines is something that affected me. I think here's why. For me, yes, I knew we were going to combat.
Yeah.
Yes, I knew we were going to war. Yes, I knew we were going to bang. It was going to be a kinetic deployment. I knew that. But I never allowed the possibility of losing somebody go into my head. I never thought about it. What will I do? Who will I never even entertained it until it happened. And it just broke my mind, I think. At least temporarily.
No, I hear what you're saying, and I agree. Like, especially with number one. Like, that first dude I hit, close range, I'm talking 5 feet.
That hits different.
Like you see the effects, like when it happens, of what your bullet did to
you.
You
smell the iron.
Yeah, and like when that happened, I can go back to that moment in my head, and I got dizzy. You know,
Mine was my stomach turned
I got
over.
dizzy for a minute, and I kind of like, ooh, and then one of my Marines was like, "You got him, staff sergeant," and I kind of snapped back into it. I'm like, holy fuck. Like, I just killed this motherfucker this close, you know, and it's crazy because I don't normally disclose that to, you know, people. Like,
sure,
like only a few people close to me have heard that. And two, and I don't know if I have fully 100% processed losing Marines. Like, I haven't lost any Marines from my platoon. You know, I didn't lose any. I lost some to wounds. You got wounded, but no one killed in combat. But losing those guys in OIF2 that I was close with, like, it didn't stop. And what I mean by that is, they were killed on April 17th. April 18th, we swept through the city, cleared every single house, right? So there's no time to really think about it because you're doing your job. The next day, you're out there on patrol, right? Matter of fact, the day of their memorial, we were on patrol, my platoon, and we come back in. We dropped our gear, did the memorial, went debriefed, and started planning the next mission. Right. So it was constant. Keeping your mind
distraction.
Yeah, exactly. Distraction, and that happened 2004. And what are we? 22 years, going on 22 years this year. And there's times where I think about that day and plays through my mind like, okay, if my platoon was out there earlier, could we have done something different? Like,
always.
Yeah, you think that, and you know, it's just.
I think
you don't know.
You can't. You can never know, and that's the problem. That's the never ending of it.
And
absolutely.
And, you know, it's like, excuse me, have I fully processed what happened? I don't know. Maybe I'll take it up with my therapist. I don't know. Like.
That's what I had to do, buddy.
You know, like,
I did. I'm not.
don't know.
I was not the therapy guy. I was not the PTS guy. I was the that's bullshit guy. But it's not.
I wasn't either. And you know, I started going about a year ago because I decided, with a big push from my ex-wife, is I need to heal myself completely from my past,
from everything,
and
maybe even before the Marine Corps.
Definitely, that's what it was from before the Marine Corps. And we haven't even dove into the Marine Corps stuff yet, and maybe that's a point for my next appointment is to talk about that, because I don't know if I fully process it. Now that you said that, you know, that I don't know, you know, that's a good thanks,
good shit.
Like, holy shit. All right, so it was funny because we were out doing something, and I get told, it's like, hey, Sergeant Major's looking for you. And I'm like, okay, what's up? And he's like, you got to call home. I call home. I'm like, what the fuck? So I go see the Sergeant Major. I'm like, Sergeant Major, what's up? He's like, hey, here's a sat phone. You got to call home. Something's going on. So I call, no answer. I'm just like, fuck. All right, what? And I, my mind, because we had already been married now like 8 years, I think 7 years, never gotten pregnant, nothing. So I'm not even thinking that. I'm thinking.
Were you trying?
Yeah, like it wasn't
the
like
whole time you were trying?
Yeah, it wasn't like we weren't,
Yeah.
So I'm just like, damn, something happened. What
But
happened?
that's not what came to your mind.
Not what came to my mind. So when I come
Okay.
back, my lieutenant, he's like, what's going on? I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, I didn't get a hold of anybody. And he's like, oh, you're going to be a daddy. I was like, nah, that ain't it. Sure enough, so the next morning, I got the call again. And I got a hold of my wife, and I was just like, what's going on? I'm freaking out. Because now it's been
And a whole day.
Yeah, whole day. And she's like, well, we're pregnant. And I was like, what? And yeah, so that's how I found out.
Was it happy? That's a happy.
Yeah, I was I was excited. And
you get to miss the whole pregnancy, which is dope.
yeah. It's funny because she told me when I was talking to her, she's like, you have to change your destiny now. Because I told her one time early on, I was like, yeah, my destiny is to die in war. Right. And so she's like, you got to change your destiny.
Yeah.
Like, me and the baby need you. I'm like,
Change your stars,
all
man.
right, yeah. All right, I'm cool. And so I found out, and that's why I say, like, the ultrasound picture that I got sent to me, that was important.
It was in the pack that got ripped off.
Yeah. And not only is there some Iraqi dude running around with fucking Marine Corps camis, digis, desert digis with St Pierre name tag. He's got a picture of my kid, before when she was just in the stomach. And so now we're done with combat operations. We're into the stabilization operations. They move us out of Baghdad. They move us down to starts with a K. I don't know why my brain's not there.
Karbala? No. Oh,
yeah,
no. Karbula.
Karbala. Karbala. So they move us down there, and we live in a soccer stadium, and that's our hood, right? That's our neighborhood. So trying to get that thing running, I think I ran the police station for like a week.
Okay.
Me and my platoon, like, I'm running the police station. We're doing all kinds of other stuff, doing presence patrols. Presence patrol, I hate that word because that's not...
Security patrol.
Yeah, it's like, everyone was like, oh, presence patrol. Man, at that time, presence patrol wasn't a doctrine term. Right?
No, yeah.
So anyway, we're doing patrols. We're doing raids on certain places that,
So you're still operating?
Yeah,
then?
we're still operating, but it was way laid back. Like, we're patrolling, no flak jacket. It was just 782 gear, rifles, soft cover, like boonie covers, stuff like that. We're trying to get the city back up and running, basically. And there's time like our company was running map courses and shit, because there was time to, it wasn't full-fledged combat. It was just like, hey, we got to handle on this stabilization ops. It's we got enough people to do what we need to do. Let's do this. We weren't running no corporals courses or nothing, but we were doing like a week-long green belt course.
Okay.
Like where the instructor would fuck you up for a week straight. And the guy who ran it was a madman. So then comes July time frame, and that the night before the battalion commander came to grab me, we did a raid, my platoon, and got back at like 04, I think it was, time frame. So we go hit the rack, and it's like 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning, and they wake me up. They're like, hey, Staff Sergeant, battalion commander wants to see you. I'm like, fuck, what did I do?
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to think back. I'm like, did I do anything to get
Did I do something?
What did I do? So I walk up, and he's smoking a cigar, and he's on the sat phone. And then he just hands me the phone. And I'm like, hello? And it's my wife, and she's in labor.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm like, fuck, what, like, baby ain't supposed to be born till October. It's July 24th. So I think it was like July 25th our time. And so I talked to her for a couple minutes, and she's in labor. So I was like, okay, I'll call you back, and hang up. And he hands me a cigar. And he's like, pack your shit. You're coming back with me. You're going home. And Colonel Matt Lopez, phenomenal leader, took care of the Marines. And I got dozens of stories on how he did, but took care of me that day. And so I got the call back like 30 minutes later. She had the baby. Baby came in at 28 weeks, was 2 pounds. Shit, I'm gonna fuck the ounces up. Like 12 ounces, 24 ounces, something like that.
Super preemie.
Super preemie, yeah. And so I get my stuff, and now I got the adventure of trying to get home. So they drive me down, and I'm supposed to end up I'm supposed to end up somewhere. I end up in like Najaf, right?
Oh shit!
And I'm like, dude, this ain't where I'm supposed to be.
You went a couple exits past, maybe.
So luckily 1-4 was there, and the battalion commander at the time was my company commander when I was in 1-4.
Yes.
Yeah, so I got hooked up, and they got me to where I needed to be, and then from there I went down to where was it Camp Blue Diamond? I think it was. Is where the First Marine Division was. Okay. So I went there. They took me to Camp Doha to get civilian clothes, because at the time you couldn't fly in camis.
Oh, no shit.
On the plane.
Okay.
Right, so I had to go buy civilian clothes, turn my rifle in, all this shit. And then I got on a plane. By the time I got to Palm Springs, because I was stationed 29 Palms, all my luggage was lost. And it was 4 days later.
Of course.
Right, yeah, 4 days later. So I got to meet my daughter when she was 4 days old. And, just a little tiny little thing. Mm-hmm. And she was in the NICU for 2 months, Lord. She actually got to come home on my wife's 30th birthday. And it was funny because she always said she doesn't want to have kids till she's 30. And on her 30th birthday, the daughter
Welcome.
comes home. Yeah, exactly.
Asking, thou shalt receive.
Thou shall receive. And so it was awesome. And she was on a heart monitor for some time, and then the battalion comes back in September, right? So I got to stay from July. I left July 25th, and I got back on like July 28th U.S. time or U.S. Days, and I stayed until I didn't have to go back. They tried to bring me back to the division, and the battalion commander was like, "Nah, we ain't doing nothing. Like, you need to be there with your family."
Yeah.
And
no, that's a blessing.
Yeah,
to get that time.
It is, and I think some of his understanding was his son was born premature.
So he had an affection for it, maybe.
Well, he understood the process. Like we lived in 29 Palms, and our baby's in the NICU in Palm Springs. That's an hour drive every day. There, an hour back, and we're going every single day. There was only...
You have like a Ronald McDonald house or a Fisher house or something you could use?
Not that we knew of.
Right, right.
But there was only one day we missed, and that was because the roads were flooded. So we're going...
physically couldn't get there.
Couldn't get there. So you're going back every day. And then when she's getting ready to come home, the night before, you have to stay in the hospital, and they got you on video cameras making sure you know how to take care of the baby, because she's on a heart monitor, right?
Yeah.
So when that monitor goes off, they want to see, are you going to get up and take care of what you need to do? So... very blessed, because...
How old was she when she came out?
28 weeks.
When she came home?
Oh, no. So when she came home,
not out, but came out of the hospital.
So July 24th, so what's that? She was August, September. So she was 2 months and like 3 days old.
Okay.
When she came home, so... But
almost as old as she should have been.
Yeah.
To go home.
To come home, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
That's a blessing that's an early childbirth.
Yeah.
A blessing.
Yeah, it is. And so right after she comes home, we get into October, and I have to go to the career course, right? And it's funny because I'm like, hey, I want to go to it. Before it was IULC, it was called Platoon Sergeant School, right?
Yep.
Like, I want to go there. And Captain Gannon, Major Gannon, Captain Gannon at the time, he looked at me. He's like, Staff Sergeant. He's like, you've been a platoon sergeant in combat. You did very well at it. You need to go to the career course so you can get promoted for your career. And I'm like, I don't want to go there. Like,
fuck that place.
I want to go to platoon sergeant school. And he was like, in career course was a requirement at the time, right?
Yeah.
So as required PME. So I ended up going to the career course. So I'm there 2 months. So that takes us into December. And then we get the word, hey, we're going back.
Yeah.
And
was Gannon on the first one with you?
Yes, he was HNS
as a
company.
lieutenant.
No, captain.
He was a captain.
He
went back as a major.
No. So he was a captain, HNS company, company commander, and then when we started doing the stabilization ops, Captain Schreffler was selected to major, moved over to the OPSO, and Gannon came over to Lima Company. He
Okay.
got his line company.
Okay.
So come back December, get done with career course, and I went with one of my platoon mates, Staff Sergeant Crippen, and we were freaking out of control, sword fighting with NCO swords in our room and shit. Like, yeah, it was out of control.
They shouldn't send infantry to that course. Definitely not that soon after coming
Yeah,
home.
exactly. And so we get the word, hey, we're going back, and it's not like we're going back in 6 months or 7 months. Like, we're going back in February, and we ain't even have our boot drop yet.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay. So January we start getting our new guys, and we end up deploying in February. And I want to say it's like a week or 2 weeks before we deployed, we got our last drop of new guys. And so we deploy, get to Kuwait, and the Army's not ready to rip with us because we're ripping with 3rd Cav and out of Al Qaim.
Yep.
They're not ready for us. So we spent a couple extra weeks in Kuwait, which was a godsend because we got to train our guys.
Yep. You got a little extra time
Yeah,
on them.
Every day we're taking them out and we're just working on things, and which was good. And so we end up go up to Al Qaim and take over the train station. And the Army, God bless the Army, since they're a Cav unit, they roll around in tanks and Strikers and Bradleys and all the good shit, right?
Yep.
So you got Al Qaim, and then up on the border you got Husayba, right? And they didn't have a FOB there. They had a unit up there on the border who would with 120 mortars, but that's all they were, right? And so Husayba's kind of shaped like a monopoly border. It's basically like a road running east to west, west to east.
And
north,
Diamond.
yeah. So we had Market Street, West End, Train Street, and East End. So it was a box, right? So the Army would come rolling up in their tanks and their Bradleys, and they would just drive the box. And if they got shot at from inside the city, they're just putting main tank gun rounds in freaking, 20 Mike, 30 Mike, whatever the hell the Bradley shoots into the town. So we do our left seat, right seat, and we're establishing a FOB in Husayba. Like, we're not going to drive up every day. And so we pick the border crossing, and so we go up there, and there's a couple buildings, and it's basically we got to build it from scratch. So start laying the HESCOs, start get the dozers up there to freaking load the dirt into them, and so we build a FOB. And I remember that first patrol we went on. We're walking through the street, and like people are coming out of the houses like, what the hell is going on? Like they think they're getting invaded because they haven't seen boots on the deck outside
of a vehicle,
inside the city. And one of the houses, as we're walking past, this lady is just furiously yelling at us. And I look at my interpreter. I was like, what is she saying? Like, what's going on? And he's like, she's mad. I'm like, why? He's like, she's saying you guys destroyed her roof. I was like, I didn't destroy a roof. Like, what the fuck's she talking about? Turns to find out one of the already Illum rounds there, or the 120 mortar rounds they were shooting up for Illum, didn't illuminate. It just came crashing down, crashed through her roof, put a hole in her roof, and tore her house up. So she was mad at that. But yeah, it was crazy because these people are just like, who the hell are these guys? Like, what are they doing? And it didn't start off kinetic at first.
That's what I was going to ask you. I know what that turned into, and then I spent time on that FOB later.
Yeah, they were watching.
Yeah,
they were watching, and it first started off with mortars, right? They mortar us. It started off like once, twice a day, and then they started increasing. And the first casualty, or the first real casualties we took was the CAT team that was attached to us. They were driving kind of like on the outskirts, in between our border and Kilo's border, in Karabala, and they struck a mine and killed one, wounded a couple others. And so that was our first KIA and first, seriously wounded guys. And then from there, it just started picking up. I want to say April 8th.
Who else was there battalion-wise?
Where in Al Qaim?
Yeah.
It was just 3-7.
Just 3-7 at that time? Okay.
Yeah, so Lima Company, which is my company, we were the ones alone and unafraid. So when we first went up to Husayba, we were reinforced with 2 platoons from Kilo Company. So we were a company, reinforced with 2 extra rifle platoons. And India, Kilo, and weapons stayed in Al Qaim. We had we had a cat section attached to us, and we had 2 81 tubes that were with us. And then sometime in April, it was before we got into the big fight for the city. The 2 platoons from Kilo went back to Al Qaim to join back with Kilo, and April 14th, Corporal Dunham, what happened there. So, but anyway, so April 8th, I believe it was our Lima company Pure took its first KIA, which was an IED, and so IEDs were still kind of new, and they were mainly, they weren't super duper creative like you saw later on, with the pressure plates.
Mostly commandet.
Yeah, it's pretty much all commandet. Later on in the deployment, we started finding the cell phone. Just call the cell phone and blow them that way. But most of them were wires with commandet, right? And then April 14th was the start of it. That was, in my platoon, we were on FOB security during that time. So when your platoon had FOB security, you were the watch officer. So me and my lieutenant were rotating on and off. And that day was a wild day too. 3rd platoon got into it, and they hit an IED on top of a roof of the building we called the crack house. They had a couple casualties. So me and the FAC are working medevacs pretty much from the late morning to right after we're working CASEVACs all the way up until Corporal Dunham. And so we're evacuating, our guys are evacuating freaking Iraqis because they're getting hit by gunfire, all this shit. Battalion commander's his vehicle gets lit up. Colonel Lopez he got grazed in the stomach, so it basically came in and just ripped across his side, right? He refuses to get evac. He's like, I ain't going nowhere. His interpreter, who was a Marine, Fallujah, he was actually in Lima company, but he was actual Iraqi and spoke the language, so he was like, you're my interpreter. He gets shot. I think the JAG was with him. He got shot.
Were they all out in the same op?
Yeah, so
you were watching.
They were all in the same vehicle.
Oh, wow.
And the battalion commander had a soft-skin vehicle. Because back then, up armor wasn't truly a thing. Yeah. And how we were reinforcing vehicles the Motor T guys were just welding plates to the freaking vehicles. Right?
And sandbags in the floor and such.
Yeah, exactly. And so they get hit, and then so we're running the medevacs. The FAC's mainly running them. I'm just kind of helping them. And so we call the birds off, and we're like, we think we're done for now. And then we get the call from Kilo Company saying, hey, we need to use your LZ. We got an urgent surgical. Can you call the medevac in for us? So FAC gets on. He calls it in.
And that's for Dunham?
Yeah, that was for Dunham.
But it wasn't just Dunham, was it? Or was it?
On that medevac, I think it was just Dunham.
Was it just Dunham?
I believe so.
You remember Dustin Rose? Or you probably know Dustin Rose, right?
Yeah.
So he was there with him in that team, right?
I believe so.
He was later a company gunny of mine. It's the only reference I have for any of that story.
He replaced me at Security Forces as a regimental gunner.
He's there now, right? Yeah.
So the platoon comes in, or they come in, they use our LZ, and platoon commander, platoon sergeant come up to the CP, and the platoon sergeant's a good friend of mine, is John Ferguson, and I'm like, Fergie, what's up, man? Like, who was it? What happened? He told me it was Dunham and what he did. I was like, holy fuck.
So walk me through that conversation, because these people don't know.
It was basically,
they probably should.
I was just like, hey, who was it? And he was like, hey, it was Corporal Dunham. And I didn't know Dunham very well. I knew who he was, and sometimes like when his platoon, or Fergie's platoon, was one of the platoons that was attached to the Lima company, and Fergie would send him to get stuff sometimes, and sometimes he'd ask me for stuff, but and then I asked him, I was like, well, what happened? And he was like, he put his helmet on a grenade. I was like, what? Like I totally in awe. And I can't remember if it was that conversation or one we had later on, but they were saying that Dunham discussed that previous.
He practiced it.
Yes.
Who practices it?
Oh no.
You know who? The fucking guy that
that
knows.
did it. Yeah.
He knows it's coming. Something
Yeah.
told him it was coming.
Yeah.
And then he did it.
He did it.
Gives me fucking cold chills.
Yeah, he did it. And so that was basically kind of like the start of what we call the first battle of Saba.
Yeah.
And so come April 16th, I think it's getting close to like 8 o'clock at night, 2000.
14th was Dunham.
Yeah, 14th was Dunham.
48 hours later.
Yeah, 48 hours later. My platoon, we're gearing up, we're going out. And we're going to go out and we're going to establish a patrol base on the east side of the city. And we're going to sit out there for 12 hours and come back in, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to launch satellite patrols from there. So we're getting ready to go out. And Corporal Gibson, Chris Gibson, he's one of my small gunners in OIF-1. He comes into the hooch and, you know, I consider him a good friend. You know, we would talk and things, and he came in and he told me he just gotten off the phone with his wife, and it wasn't the best conversation, you know, that they had. And so I was just trying to talk to him. I was like, look, man, you know, you never know what's going to happen. You know, you can't end stuff like that. Like, you go and call her back, and, you know, you got to talk this out. Like make it good. And so we step out. So we go to the east side of the city. We set up, start launching patrols. Around 7:30 next morning, we're like, all right, we're going to head back. And the streets are empty. Never seen them empty like that. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I think
you pinging at that point?
Yeah, I'm just like, something don't feel right. And I saw one guy walking, and he's probably between the ages of 16 and 21. And so I stopped him and asked him, like, where are you going? He's like, oh, I'm going to the mosque for prayers. Like, all right, man, that's okay. I'll buy that for $1. And so we're walking back in, and literally as soon as we walk in and come through friendly lines, not more than 10 minutes later, the mortars start. They were just waiting for us because they were on the east side of the city. What they didn't realize is we had a recon team out also. So the mortars start coming in. And normally it'd be like 3 to 6 rounds, and then they would stop. Well, they didn't stop. It kept coming and coming. And recon gets on the radio. It was like, yeah, we can see them. We're going to engage them. Bam. Start taking those dudes out. So now all the fire gets drawn to the recon team. So we launched QRF. Right? QRF's going out. All right, goes out. They get ambushed on the way out on Market Street. I think they hit IED, and they had the old Bath Party headquarters that they used. And, like, dude, we put fucking quite a few tow missiles and smalls and Mark 9, all kinds of shit in that building. It still stood. So they get hit from there. And so the decision to launch second QRF. Second QRF goes out. So
are these on foot or in trucks?
They're in trucks.
Okay.
Right. So I'd send my platoon. I'm like, hey, you guys go bed down. You know, we've been out all night. Those guys go bed down. So me and the lieutenant are kind of hanging around the CO, see what's going on. And the first KIA gets called in, right? And we don't know who it is. We just hear, hey, we got one KIA. So it's like, okay, this shit is, something's going on. So my lieutenant's like, hey, Stashawn, I got this, you know, go get some sleep. Like, all right. So I go back, and he comes waking me up. I want to say, probably around 11:30 in the morning. And he wakes me up. He's like, hey, you need to get up. I'm like, what's going on? He's like, you need to go set up the mortars. I'm like, what do you mean? Because weapons platoon, they went out on the QRF. And Major Schreffler now, the OPSO, he's on our FOB this week for some reason. He was just there hanging out. And he knew, you know, I was a mortar guy. And he was like, yeah, you need to go set up the 60. And Major Schreffler is going to be your FO. So I'm like, okay. And I asked him, I was like, hey, do we know about the KIA, who it was? And that's when he told me. He was like, hey, it was Corporal Gibson was one of them. I was like, what do you mean one of them? He's like, we got 4. I was like, fuck, we just had 1. Like, what the hell? And then he told me, he's like, and nobody's heard from Captain Gannon in a while. I'm like, oh shit. So I go out, I get the 60 set up, and Schreffler's on the wall, and we drop a couple rounds, and he's adjusting. And then it's like, hey, get your platoon ready. We're getting ready to go out. So start getting the guys up, getting them moving. So we're like,
no. Let me ask you this. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I want to understand contextually. Gibson's down. You hear that nobody's heard from Gannon in a while. Are they co-located? Or were they?
Nobody knows. Like, well, I didn't know at the time. And
Okay.
So
Were they out on patrol or in a gunfight together?
So when the first QRF went out, was it weapons? I think it was weapons platoon. They were on QRF at the time. So they send the QRF. It's not the whole platoon. It's some of them.
Sure.
And matter of fact, let me rewind. Before that QRF went out, Lance Corporal Van Leuven comes into our hooch. And he's like, "Hey, Staff Sergeant, I need to borrow your radio. We're going out on QRF." And I was like, "All right, cool. Like, hey, bring it back or I'm gonna kill you, right? Just fucking around with them."
Mm-hmm.
Fucking, he's one of the ones who got killed.
Of course,
and like I felt like
that.
shit after that.
Mm-hmm.
But so weapons platoon, part of weapons platoon goes out, and then the second QRF, I believe, was with the rest of weapons platoon. They go out, and Major Gannon went out on one of those.
Okay.
So him and the company gunny went out on one of them. I can't remember if it was the first or the second one. But anyway, so I got my platoon. We're lined up. We're ready to go out. And I'll never fucking forget this. The XO. So we're lined up like this, and there's another road going this way, right? And there's a couple Humvees. And I'm like standing right here at the crossroads. And the XO in the Humvee, like, grabs the radio out of the Humvee. And I will never forget this call. He was like, "Blade, this is Lima 5. New call sign Lima 6, time now."
Yeah.
That's when I knew Major Gannon was killed.
Yeah.
And I went to my lieutenant, Aaron Altry, great American, colonel now, phenomenal dude. And I told him, I was like, "Hey, Camp Gannon, he's gone."
Mm-hmm.
And I told him what I heard, and he was like, "Fuck." I was like, "Should we tell it to him?" He was like, "Nah, we got to go."
That's tough.
Yeah, and as we're getting ready to step out, my lead fire team, that fire team leader is just puking his brains out. And so I go up to him, I was like, "Hey, Rose, like..."
Nerves or?
No, he was just sick.
Sick, okay.
But Rose is fucking, like, you tell that dude to run through a wall, he'll run through a wall. Like, just a beast. So I tell him, I was like, "Hey, man, go lay down. We got this. You're good. Go lay down." So we go out, and we go around 440. You remember the 440 is?
Mm-hmm.
So we go around it,
Mm-hmm.
and we're just south of the train tracks.
Okay.
And whereas we're coming up, that group of buildings that's right behind the train station, we start taking heavy fire from there, right? So when we get down, and thank God there was some type of ditch. It was about, I don't know, maybe 3 feet wide, 3 feet deep, if that. And so we get down, start returning fire. Now we're getting shot at from the city. Now we're getting shot at from the desert. Now we're getting shot at from the 440. So it's like we had nowhere to go.
Yeah.
And so we're returning fire, and I can't even remember how long we were, because I was in the back.
And you already have another QRF that's out trying to do work. Yeah.
Exactly. And so the plan was, so we had the QRF out. 3rd Platoon was out. They were sweeping from the east to the west. We were coming in from the south. We had a building that we were going to hit for. It's supposed to be the command and control center for the insurgent group, right?
Okay.
So we're going to hit this building, and it's just outside of the train station. And the company headquarters is they're coming. I think, fuck, who they have with them? They had some squad with them. They were coming kind of like in trace of us, but a little bit to our north. And so we're pinned down. And I mean, concept of time was not there. It felt like we were there for eternity, but I don't think it was, super long. But we hear the call, "Corpsman up," and the corpsman's in the back with me. We're with the last squad, and so he jumps up and he starts running, and I jump up and I start following him. Mm-hmm. And as I'm running, like we ran probably about 500-700 meters to get to our lead fire team, and get there. My point man, he's down. He got shot in both arms, which we didn't know he was shot in both arms at first, but he took an RPG round right at his feet. Mm-hmm. Right, so he's down. The kid who was filling in as a team leader, Lance Corporal Michael Stewart, great dude, takes a round into the mouth, rips through his cheek, comes out the back of his head, takes out the bottom part of his ear. Like, literally, like, this part was just wide open. Like, you can see inside his mouth through that goal. And then Lance Corporal Christopher Nims, he's shot, but he doesn't say anything at that moment. I don't even know if he realized he was shot at that point, because he's just giving it back. He's returning fire. Bam, 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 bam. So we're trying to get a medevac in for our guys. And as we get up there, Doc takes care of Hughes, because Hughes is the worst hit. And
RPG guy.
yeah.
Yeah.
And Stewart, you know, I get up to him and I'm like, I don't even know like what I was thinking, but I was like, dude, you're gonna get all the chicks with that scar. Like
This one?
yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, so we start working on him, and we're trying to get a bird in.
Did it knock his teeth out at all?
No,
Okay, cool.
I don't think it did. I don't think it did. And the plastic surgeon did wonders, because when we saw him again at the ball, his scar was like this big.
It's
like,
amazing
It's
what
fucking
they can
amazing.
do.
Yeah. But so we're trying to get a bird in. Birds. I mean, God bless the Army helicopter pilots. Like those warrant officers, like those dudes are hardcore. They're trying to land, and we're telling them like, dude, you can't land. It's too hot. And they're like, we're gonna land. And he comes down and he comes back. He's like, yeah, we can't land. It's like, all right, so what do we do now? And I don't know who made the call or where they came from, but Cat White, platoon sergeant by the name of Shelby Lassiter, who's a retired gunner now, comes out of fucking nowhere. Like the cavalry just riding in Humvees. Like, comes out of nowhere, out of the middle of the desert with an ambulance. I'm just like, where the fuck is this guy come from? They pull up, and ambulance comes up, and like I said, we didn't have the super up armor Humvees with the turrets.
Yeah.
So it was a tow variant Humvee. So the kid's got the 240 on there, and he's facing the city, and he's just fucking letting them have it, right? He's like, da 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 da. And as we're loading the casualties up, I'm just watching him in amazement. I'm standing out in the open too, like a dumbass. I'm like, man, this kid's giving it. And you know the antennas on the Humvee? I just watched one break in half from a bullet.
my
Like
God.
I was like, that kind of brought me back to reality. I was like, oh shit, we got to get the casualties.
Time to get back into it.
So we get Hughes and Stewart loaded up, and at that time, Nims comes up, and he was like, I got to get on the medevac. I got shot. And we look at him, and I was like, where? And he's like, an arm, and cut off his sleeve. Doc cuts his off sleeve, and his like triceps is kind of like dangling there.
Oh,
and,
shit.
So get that kid, get him in there. You know, he ended up getting, I believe, a Navy. Yeah, he got a NAM with a V on that day.
Hell yeah.
The squad leader for that squad, Corporal Heath, Raheem Heath, Bronze Star with Combat V. But yeah, they Nims was giving it, man. They took that fire, and he immediately just went into action and was just freaking letting loose. And my radio guy, Hogan, I'm like, Hogan, I want mortars on that fucking building, the one we're supposed to take down. He's like, already on his staff, Sergeant. And it was pretty cool because, you know, being a mortarman, I taught my guys how to call for fire, and went over down times. You know, I just like, hey, this is how you do shit.
Sure.
And he called immediate suppression in. It was pretty cool. And caught the house on fire because he had a propane tank. So we ended up sweeping. We clear that little section of houses. And now it's getting dark. It's time to go. Oh, I had a sniper team with me, and these fucking jackasses. They cross-decked over from another battalion because they were short timers, and they couldn't make their deployment, so they came over to us like halfway or into the deployment or something. And I'm like, hey, I need you to fire on this building right there. Those guys, I could see them on the roof. And this dude, I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm BZOing my rifle. I'm like, why is your...
BZOing?
Yes, I'm like, why is that thing not zeroed already, dude? Like, what the fuck? But anyway, neither here nor there. Those guys freaking, they ended up getting some. They got their rifle sighted in. They ended up getting some. So we come back in that night, and, you know, it's dark now. And we come in, and we're like, all right, we're going back out tomorrow. And battalion commander gets there, and he comes in to the hooch, or the CP, and he takes off his flak jacket, and his side where he got grazed at was just covered in blood.
Sure.
Because he was out there getting it too, and like that guy was a leader of men. Like he could have got evac, had the XO table. Who the XO was a pipe hitter also, AJ Henderson. You know, Major General Henderson now, freaking phenomenal dude. But he stayed, and he led the battalion in the fight. So the next day is like, hey, we're going to sweep from north to south. We're going to have a squad on every single street, and we're going to clear every single fucking building. And that's what we did. And, you know, once we got back in is when we kind of figured out all the casualties. And, you know, it was Major Gannon, Corporal Gibson, excuse me, Lance Corporal Valdez, who was another one of my small gunners, with Corporal Gibson during OIF1. Gary Van Leuven and
Who was the Lance Corporal?
so you had Lance Corporal Valdez.
Valdez.
Yeah. Lance Corporal Van Leuven, Lance Corporal Smith, and then you had Corporal Gibson, and then Major Gannon. Yeah, so we kind of figured out who it was, and not necessarily what happened or how it happened. Just kind of like a recon went into a building because one of the weapons platoon commander and his crew was on the roof of this building, and I guess they started taking fire from it. I don't know how recon got involved. Recon got involved somehow, went into that building, and they came out with Major Gannon because nobody knew where he was. And then they came out with him, and they were like, "Hey, here's Major Gannon."
They came out with him dead?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because there was like 5 or 6 insurgents in there, in that building. And in the courtyard is where the rest of them got killed. So what happened was Gibson got shot in the leg, I believe, and they grabbed him and dragged him into that courtyard. And the insurgents were in the building waiting and just freaking ambushed them. Yeah, so.
And then Gannon went after him
or
got taken in there?
We think Gannon went first. So I can only speculate on what happened because I wasn't there, like right next to him. But I know me as a person, if I'm walking down the street and I see guys on a roof, I'm going to assume that building is cleared, right? Because they're on the roof.
Mm-hmm. You mean it was friendlies on the roof?
Yes. There's friendlies on the roof.
Fuck.
Yeah. So I have to say, when I heard all that, and like I said, speculation. Like I don't know 100% with accuracy because I was not there and physically see it with my eyes. Right. Mm-hmm. I can only go off what people told me. I was mad.
Yeah.
I was like I was mad. No excuse for it. Right. To me. And that kind of groomed me in the future to when I became a gunner, I was fucking hard on the officers and the staff NCOs. Like I was hard. I was a borderline dickhead a lot of times, but for a reason. It's because as leaders of men, we owe it to the men we lead to be the best we can possibly be. Right. Yeah. And I get it. People make mistakes, but sometimes mistakes turn into people dying. And that's how I was looking at it. And I was angry. And I was like, that platoon commander's fucking dead to me. Fuck, you don't talk to me. None of that shit. You're the reason. But as I grew in my journey in life, I kind of he made a mistake. In combat, when shit is fucking haywire and hectic, you have to make a split decision. So he jumped from one roof to another because it had a better vantage point so he can direct his guys on the battlefield, right? I get that now. But at the time, I didn't get it. Yeah. And it's unfortunate. And, like I said, like after we cleared that city, we cleared every single freaking house. We found so many IEDs that weren't blown. Like, I want to say there was an intel report that they got, and we got it months later, that the insurgents in Fallujah and Ramadi were like, hey, we're getting too much heat here. We're going to go, there's a small U.S. detachment here in Nusaybah. We're going to go take that city back. So there's like 300 dudes came up there and tried to take us on. And I think we killed like 150 of them. And the rest of them fled or whatever, kind of blended in and got away. But yeah, like when we were clearing one of the corners, Rose was standing on this on the corner, and it was kind of like a little rock pile, and he looked down, he sees this hole. He was like, Staff Sergeant, am I standing on an IED? And so I get down, I kind of move some rocks around, and sure enough, 60 millimeter mortar. He's standing right on top of it. But, there was no one there to blow the stuff. Yeah, so we ended up clearing the city, and it was kind of calm for like the next 2-3 weeks, like nothing happened. But like I said, the day of their memorial, my platoon's out on patrol, and we come back in, and it's drop your gear, go to the memorial. Yeah. All right, hey, squad leaders, team leaders, fucking debrief. We debriefed the whole platoon, And then it's like, all right, squad leaders, team leaders, we're planning the next patrol. And it was just go, 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 go. No time to really sit there. We didn't have time to sit down and really talk about like we did in OF1, which I feel was a leadership failure on my part because I didn't get to do that enough with my platoon.
Mine too.
You know, so yeah, OF2 was a.
I wish I would have known. I wish I would have had somebody tell me, do this.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And maybe they did. I just don't remember it.
It's, you know.
Because it is important. I think it's important for the next 15 to 20 years for those guys.
Yeah, and it's, you know, like I told you, I was mad at that platoon commander for the longest time.
Yeah.
And once I retired, I got to see him again.
Oh, okay.
And it was at Captain Schreffler, well, now Colonel Schreffler's retirement. And I didn't have any of those issues raging in me anymore, because, you know, like I said, as I grew on my journey in life, is like he made a decision. Was it the right decision? Probably not. I don't know. I don't know what was going through his mind at that particular moment, right? I just know it ended tragically, but I can't be mad at him, you know.
That's our job, which you well know is far more better than I do. But our job is to make life and death decisions.
Yes.
In split seconds with incomplete information.
Exactly.
And damn it, that gets real hard.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, a bang bang situation, right?
Yeah.
People don't understand bang bang situations in our outside of our world.
Yeah.
Like, look what ICE just did.
Yeah.
You want to talk? I understand a bang bang situation though.
Yeah.
It's not that I'm defending anybody.
No.
It's like that's a 3 second, maybe a half a second situation where there's weapons involved and fog of war and fog of everything. And so, like, what you're talking about is that on steroids.
Yeah.
And it's every person.
It's like, this is how bad that gunfight turned into. It was going on for so long in the day, it turned into anything that comes out of a house was open game, right? Because what we saw them doing was, because they pre-staged all these weapons and ammo in all these houses, so they were shooting at us from one house. When we started focusing on that house, they would escape out through the back or the side or wherever, go to the next house, and they just constantly kept doing that. And you know, so like, yeah, that was a gunfight, and it was an all-day gunfight. It started, you know, 9 o'clock in the morning, and it went till probably around 2000 at night.
People don't understand that either. I understand that. Yeah. Most people, even Marines, have not been in a gunfight that long. No, and that's insane.
Yeah. And so
when you start having to parse time out for guys' adrenaline dumps in a gunfight, you're in one.
Yeah, and I tell you, that adrenaline rush is that, like, exhausting. I mean, I don't know. I ran 700 meters and don't even remember running that far. Mm-hmm. Like, when I got to my guys, I wasn't even winded that I recall, because it's that adrenaline, you know. Plus, you're getting bullets are flying past you because you're in the open as you're running to your guys, and it's just like, now that I think back on it, I'm like, how the fuck did I not get hit? Yeah, like, that was stupid. Yeah, but in the moment, it was like, got to make a decision. I got to get to my guys. My guys are hurt.
Decide and go.
And so when we came back in that night, that was the fire team leader who I told to stay back. That was his fire team. Yeah. So as we're coming back in the line, our lieutenant comes up to me. He's like, "Hey, we got to tell Rose." And I was like, "Fuck." I was like, "I got it." I said, "Can you keep the platoon back for a couple minutes? Let me go talk to him." You know, without anybody around. Mm-hmm. So I had to go break the news to him that his whole fire team got fucking medevac. Thank God none of them died, but, you know, I had to explain to him, like, hey man, your whole team is fucking, you're no longer a team leader, dude. Like, they're gone. They're not coming back.
Yeah. How'd he take that? Did it take the breath out of his chest?
Yeah, I did. Because I think part of him was, I wish I was there. Mm. Right. And that's any
that's gonna be the right response.
Anyone who doesn't have that response, I would question.
Didn't give a shit.
Yeah, I would question their warriorness. But yeah, I know I could tell it hurt him. You know, I could tell. And
because and then what?
Yeah,
Like, this is the guys you just lived with and came up with and trained with.
You
and
trained
now it's
those
you.
guys. Yeah, you trained those guys. And now it's just you. So, you know, I had to fold them into another squad.
But he did all right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he did all right. He like I said, he's a freaking beast. Like, I'm telling you.
Now you got a beast with no team who's only responsible to himself.
Yeah.
He's going to pour hate.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And matter of fact, to skip ahead a little bit, our last patrol, we were doing left seat, right seat with 17, Bravo 17, our Baker 17. And it was the last patrol. Like the next morning, we're getting on trucks and we're heading back to Al-Qaim. Oh, yeah. And the fire team he was with got hit with an IED. And like we had like no comm with them. We're on the radio, and it was fucking goddamn in the 440. And we're over in that same area where we got pinned down at. That's where the rest of the platoon was. And so we're trying to get them on the radio. We're like, hey, what's going on? And you're just trying to call back and nothing. So I take a squad and start heading back that way. And, you know, we link up. He pops up. He's like, and they lit this car up because this car kept driving around in circles. And then it drove around, blew the IED, and it came back around to see the damage it did. And not knowing that they blew it early, and so that fire team fucking lit that, like they tattooed that car. And as I get up there, Rose pops up. I'm like, God damn it, Rose, I've been trying to get a hold of you. He's like, Status Sergeant, we got him. I was like, he goes, we haven't approached the car because it's leaking gas. So they hit the gas tank with one of the bullets. So we get up there. There's two guys in the car. We pull them out. Driver, he bleeds out within minutes because he got hit in the freaking leg, in the femoral artery. Doc tried to save him, couldn't save him. The other guy, I don't know how the fuck this guy still lived, but I counted at least 10 holes in him, in his upper body, and he made it. Like, we ended up medevacing him out. But that was our last patrol. Yeah. Like, what a way to go out, you know, like.
Started and ended the same way then after the 14th, huh?
Yeah, but yeah, so like I said, after April 17th, or after April 18th, because what we did on April 18th, we set up we brought up India Company and Kilo Company, and excuse me, they formed a outer perimeter or outer cordon of the city, and then we swept through the city, and anybody trying to escape, you just hear gunsfire, pow, pow, like dudes are getting swacked. One of our freaking guard towers, because we were right on the border of Syria, killed like 5 dudes trying to cross in from Syria to join the fight.
Foreign fighter activity.
Yep. And then we had these big towers outside the border. Snipers up there. They're shooting across the city with sassers, fucking just lighting people up. Cobras are freaking doing gun runs. And the crazy thing is, all the kinetic activity we had, in contact we had, we never got bombs. We never got aircraft because we weren't Fallujah or Ramadi.
Yeah. All the air was checked into other fights.
Well, they were checked into where all the news crews were, you know, like the big fights, Fallujah and Ramadi. You're not taking nothing away from those areas because they were hot. But, you know, we would
you had a serious fight on your hands with no air.
If I remember correctly, because I had the copy of it for the longest time, but I had the list of all the significant events and actions, and it was over 250 of them, and we were there for 5 months.
Yeah.
You know, like give or take a few, because, you know, you got your RIP and all that stuff. Actually, 5.5 months. Over 250 events, you know, and we couldn't get air. We couldn't, dude, we were getting mortared 3 to 4 to 5 times a day. And we didn't get counter battery till like the last 3 weeks that we were there. Yeah. Because Al-Assad needed it because they got rocketed fucking once. Yeah. During that time frame.
But it's Al-Assad, right?
Yeah, exactly. And then when we got the counter battery, we got in trouble because they fired mortars at us. We fired back. And we got in trouble because we didn't have anyone observing the rounds because we fired into the city. But what we come to find out is they were driving around in a pickup truck, mortar in the truck, or in the bed. And there was a mosque. We called it the Christmas tree mosque because they had Christmas tree lights. Yep. And that's what they were using for their aiming posts. So every time we walked by that motherfucker, we'd rip them down, and they put new ones back up.
Rip the lights down, yeah. Now, some people that came in behind you in 3-2, I think Steel Fist and Iron Curtain Marines behind you, there was a pretty significant book wrote about a lot of the places that you're talking about that were absolutely terrible still. Yeah. And they talked in that book about counter battery, how the counter battery would always fire as soon as they had the poo. Yep. He said, so they started waiting like 30 seconds to a minute, sometimes 2 minutes before firing the counter battery back, because what they observed them doing was firing and running and leaving their mortar tubes.
Yeah.
And waiting for the counter battery to hit and then collect their guns.
Yeah.
So they started playing games with the time to try to, and working.
Yeah,
that was in the shit show.
Yeah.
You were in a shit show.
They were, and then we had the fucking Iraqi police, and at the time, who were they? The ICDC. Iraqi Defense, oh shit, I can't remember that, but they were ICDC. So the police station's like halfway down Market Street, and the ICDC is like right outside of our border, or right outside of our fob at the border checkpoint. Well, somehow, someway, these fucking assholes get a goddamn Dishka.
Yep.
And one day we hear that thing going off. We're like, what the fuck? So we go down there. They're shooting it at the fucking IPs because they don't get along.
Oh my god.
So we had to deal with that. It was all about, like, I my hat's off to the insurgents. They were some clever dudes.
The who?
The insurgents, like how they would watch us.
They're not. They're not stupid.
And we would have to try to outsmart them. And then, we knew Iraqi police and ICDC. A lot of those guys were corrupt. So
for sure,
what we did on one occasion was we sent. What was it? So we sent a squad out the main gate, right out the front entrance, so the ICDC would see them go on patrol. Because we knew they would call and like, hey, these guys are patrolling here. And what we did is we kind of snuck out another way with another squad, and we went up through the orchards, and we posted up there because we were trying to catch the mortar team. And sure enough, we saw the truck drive in with the mortar tube, and it fired. And as we starting to go to engage, the truck we missed it by, a couple minutes. They were too far for us to actually, by the time we got within range to engage with our rifles, they were gone. But yeah, so, you're dealing with all that stuff. But overall,
I think the cat and mouse, this is going to sound terrible, probably, to most people. I enjoyed the cat and mouse games.
Yeah.
Like the strategy games you had to play. Like, I played them with the Taliban. Sometimes it's like right before dark, we'd launch a patrol out, but I'd tag in like a squad or a squad plus on with me. So we're going out with 29 or 30 people.
Yeah.
And then an hour after I set into an all pitch black LPOP, I send that squad plus back. Well, they counted us out, but now they just see a big mass going back in because they don't have nods like us.
Yep.
So they automatically are going to think that that's the whole mass, and then half of the people are sitting in an LPOP waiting on
them. Yeah, and it's cat and mouse, and
it's like chess.
Yeah, exactly, and
it's more at your level and above your level than it is at my level. Like big strategy game, but the little squad strategies, it's still there.
Yeah, it's still there, and you got to take it. So what we learned is, we adapted off their tactics too. Instead of sending a whole squad down the street, we break off into fire teams. Hey, one fire team, you're going this way. Another fire team, you're going that way. And by the time they blew the IED, they were already cleared the kill zone, right? However, if it was a squad, it would get blown on like the last fire team.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
It was just all about that. And, it was my pleasure because I served with some absolute fucking warriors. I had guys, I had one Marine, he got 2 Purple Hearts within a week, and just was killing it. Like,
Still crushing.
yeah, first one was, he took some shrapnel from a rocket that hit above on a building, and then like a week later, he's walking on patrol, ID blows up, he gets freaking blown across the street, knocked out, so we send him back concussion. And then he gets yelled at when he's back at Al-Qaim because he has his gear. Because, you didn't put him in the bird with his gear. He was like, by some staff sergeant, he was like, I just got medevac here. Like, I don't have none of my shit. What are you talking about, staff sergeant? And, yeah, and that was a wild fucking time.
Was the best part of that watching Marines do what they're supposed to do?
By far.
When you train Marines and then you watch them on the field of battle just lock in.
Yeah, and
it's awe-inspiring.
So in my platoon, I had 2 corporals that were squad leaders, and I had a lance corporal. And both the corporals were fucking great, and my lance corporal was phenomenal. This guy, he was a junior Marine on OIF 1, and we get there to OIF 2, and now he's a squad leader. you know, because they took my sergeant squad leader,
course
they made him platoon sergeant, right? So I had to make somebody's
kind of the nature at the beast in those years.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So he's out. He goes out he goes out on squad size patrol, and they start taking contact. And so I'm in the COC, me and the lieutenant are in there, and I got the XO and the CO fucking jamming the radio, jamming this kid with all this information. Like, let him fight the fight. He's gonna call you when with what he needs and what's going on, right?
Yep.
Let him fight the fight. So I look at my lieutenant, I'm like, hey, I'm grabbing Corporal Barr's squad, I'm going out there. He's like, hey, good to go. So I grab Corporal Barr's squad, we head out there. And the first thing I did when I got on scene is I looked at Rogers, was like, you got the situation in hand, and I turned off the radio. Because he didn't need all that white noise.
Yep.
He fought his squad like he's supposed to do, got the shit contained, and then we turned the radio back on. And they're flipping out.
Pissed off, of course. Yep.
So when I came back in, I told him, I was like, I turned the radio off. And this is why. Let the kid fight the fight, right? And he did a phenomenal job. And it's funny because the whole thing started with a kid on a bike, had a basket on the back. He's riding. He fell off the bike. The bike fell. And in the basket, popped open, and a freaking 2 105 rounds come running out. So the kid was going to place an IED. And then, so the insurgents that were watching him start shooting at our guys. So it turns into a gunfight. So then we got EOD out there. They go to blow the fucking IEDs. And when it blows, I got the Marine who got 2 Purple Hearts in a week. He's like, what is he? He's probably like a street over on security or something, maybe a couple of streets down. And I get a call on the radio. It's like, hey, you need to get down here. I go down there, and he's the IED, when it blew, a piece of shrapnel blew the power line, and it was wrapped around him.
Shut the fuck up.
Not shitting you. Not shit. This is the luck this dude
Death
had.
was trying to catch that boy.
And I get up to it. I'm trying not to laugh.
Yeah.
You know, like, what am I supposed to do? So I get I find a stick or something, and I start like unwrapping him. And he was like, Staff Sergeant, don't
fuck this up.
And I'm trying not to laugh because it's like, of all the luck, bro. Like, how? How
You
is
have
this
the worst.
How is this possible? Like, oh my god, yeah. Belia is his name. David Belia. Like.
We had a Palmer. Palmer was a corporal, ended up taking a squad because the squad leader got hurt in Marcia. But he had like, what do you have, 2 or 3 Purple Hearts heading into Marcia.
Wow.
And he was just one of those guys that was just like, like when the squad leader went down and now he's got to take the squad, he's like, I don't give a fuck. They're gonna kill me here anyway. Let's fucking push. Like, that was kind of his mentality already. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's you know, and that was the mindset, you know, during that time, is of all the, you know, contact that we would take, was when you getting ready to walk outside the wire, it was just like, well, today may be the day.
That's how
you know, it's just like, hey, today may be the day.
But how about this? Like, I've been in that similar situation. You've been in that situation. I've talked to a lot of people, a lot of people, you know. For me, it made me more lethal to just say, you know what?
Yeah.
It is what it is, and I'm going to fuck these guys up until they take me out.
Yeah.
Versus trying to second guess everything and trying to not get taken out. It's almost like, fuck it, dude. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Put the American flag on your flak and fuck march,
Let's
dude.
go.
Yeah, and I've seen guys do that. Wrap a flag on and go draw fire. And I'm not saying it's right. But I'm saying when you got to that point in your brain, I think you become better because your reserve for dangerous situations is gone.
It's funny because I don't know. Like, I did my job. That's how I look at it. But the HET team, their warrant officer, we kind of knew him from OAF one time frame because like his HET teams like would deal with us, and so OAF 2 comes around, the same guy, same warrant officer, and he came up to the fob one day, and I was sitting there talking to the HET team. We're getting ready to go out, and he looked at his guys, and he was like, if you guys want to get a combat action, that's the man to go with.
Go with him.
I was like, what the fuck? Like, it's not like, no, man, like, I don't know how it happened.
It's unluck.
You know, it's just, like, my guys were aggressive, and it's all them. Like, my dudes can find fucking IEDs like it was nothing. Like, they would go out, and they would find them. And, you know, and sometimes blow them in place, sometimes call EOD out, depending on how long it's going to take EOD. But, like, they found shit. And they handled business, and you know, I had a great platoon. I had a great platoon commander. I had great guys in there, a great corpsman. There's one incident, and our platoon, since we were the IED finders, we had a track up in the orchards, and they hit a triple stack IED. You would think it would have fucked that track up,
I would think that.
You would think that, but they buried it too deep, and so
Low
basically
order.
it blew the whole, like it blew it up, right? Like so, like in the crew chief freaking hatch, like the floor kind of came up, right? But they found 4 wires, so they knew it was a triple stack, but there was 4 wires. So they're like, where the fuck is the 4th one, right? So the next day, company commander, guy who took over for Camp Gannon, Captain Dominique Neal, great dude. Just recently passed away about a year ago from cancer. Great American, but he's gonna come with us, and so we go up there, and sure enough, we're looking around. We find a wire, and we're like, okay, where does this go? And on the corner of a house, there's a dirt mound. So we start digging around in that dirt mound, and sure enough, it's a fucking flechette rocket.
Holy shit.
And they put it there because they knew that's where we'd post security.
Yep.
The only reason it didn't blow is when they blew the triple stack, it blew the 4th wire out of the freaking box. That's the only reason it didn't go off.
Thank God.
Thank God. Yeah. So we find it, and I got a couple engineers with us, and I tell the CO, I'm like, hey, we're gonna blow it in place. He's like, how we gotta call UD? It's like, no, we don't have to call UD. It's UXO. We're gonna blow it in place. And he's like, no, we gotta call UD. I was like, watch this, sir. This is how you do it. And I was like, hey, Blade, this is Lima 2. Found UXO. We're gonna blow it in place. So company gunny, he's got the engineers out there, and the kid, you know, he's got the C4, and he's freaking shaking, like Shandor Vey, man, retired as a master sergeant, fucking awesome dude. He just looks at him, he's like, son, it ain't gonna blow up. You don't even have a blasting cap in it yet.
Yeah.
And yeah, we end up getting in on there, and we blow it, and the whole way back, man, Captain Neal was just like, man, you're gonna get a brother fired. I just got hired. Like, you're not gonna get fired. It's UXO. Like it's
just stick to the story, sir. You're good.
Like, if it wasn't even a story, if it was a wire connected to it,
then it's a problem.
Then it's a problem. But you know, at that moment,
man. I threw S-vest in the Euphrates at that same exact place. That was probably from your fight because it was old as fuck.
Yeah.
The red deck cord was pink,
Yeah.
but. When you're talking about that time frame, your time frame, you may be sitting on that for 24 hours waiting on EOD.
Yeah.
And just ass out in the wind waiting to get ambushed. That's how that worked in the beginning. Yeah.
The average time, I think we narrowed it down. It was like 4 hours. We'd wait for them to come up there.
Okay, that's not bad.
No, it wasn't. No, there was longer time. That was the average.
Yeah.
And,
I've been on them long.
Yeah, there's someone that.
Well, they got to the point where they had so much EOD after that, though, and you were around for that too, where it was like sometimes they were directly attached to people.
Yeah.
So that was.
But yeah, they had to come from Al Qaim, and I remember the best satisfaction that we got from the IEDs was we were out, and so it's nighttime. We're walking back in, and we hear an explosion, and it was right outside of Camp Gannon. And like they're on the radio to us, and I'm like, yeah, I heard it. It came. It's a couple streets in from the camp. And they're like, hey, can you go check it out? I was like, yeah, we're already en route checking it out. So we're satelliting. So I got, a fire team on one street, another fire team on another street, another fire team on the other street. And we come up, and as we're walking, like Camp Gannon's this way, we're walking this way. There's this van that's kind of cockeyed with one headlight shining towards us. I'm like, that's fucking weird. And all these people are out on the street. Well, the streets previous, the people out, I'm asking them, hey, where'd that explosion come from? Oh, nothing. So we're walking down, and we see that van, and it's dark, so we got flashlights on, and best satisfaction in my life is 3 guys planting the IED. It blew up on them.
Boom.
And the biggest piece of part I found was half a foot. The rest was just like tissue and flesh, like on the side of the van, and the van had holes in it, and on the wall and on the ground, and like it was just everywhere. And the hole in the wall, and CP, I call them and let them know, and they're like, hey, do you got the camera to take pictures of? I was like, nah, I don't. I didn't bring the camera out that night. So the next morning we go right back out there to, you know, take pictures of the scene and shit. That motherfucker was was spotless. The only thing left was the van and the broken wall. Mm-hmm. Everything else was gone. All the blood was freaking gone. The damn everything. I don't know why they did that, but
I'm gonna tell you what, they did this shit in Marja too. And one thing I know is that I don't know if it was intentional, but I would put dudes down, or my guys would, and we'd close on it. You know, it might have been at 250 or 300, so it takes us a minute to get up there. Gone. Not only they're gone, brass is gone. Not only is the brass gone, fucking blood's gone, and the weapons are gone. Not only that, you can see where they used water to get the shit off the walls and stuff. Now, what's that do to your head, though? About the third or fourth or 10th or 20th time that happens, you're like, you're losing it, because you know, there was one time we put a guy down. One of my guys in my squad and myself, we put this guy down hard, and I'm watching him because at this point in the deployment, I'm so like over not getting their rifles and not getting any SSE on them or anything, right? And so I'm just watching him, and my squad is, you know, we're moving up. Watching. Now it's my turn to move. Now we're you know, covering Overwatch up to this thing. Get there, gone.
Yeah, it's like, you're like, what the fuck?
Oh, and like, even if it's just that they're doing it to preserve the weapons and spread load them, and because those guys need buried within X number of hours for their rituals and for their religion. But it fucked my head, and my guys too, because we knew we put them down. And you get up there and you can report on nothing.
Yeah. So the day after April 17th, like, there was fucking bodies all over that damn city, right? Mm-hmm. And by literally April 18th, when we started sweeping through that city, you see a few, but like, they were just driving around cleaning
collecting
up,
people
like that, like clockwork. Just it is. I think it's part of the burial ritual. You know,
I think that's most of it.
24 hours. I think they got to be buried.
But it messed with my head.
Oh yeah, it fucks with you. But yeah, and then, you know, that whole deployment in 04, you started you because it was the early OAF 2, you know, it was the start of OAF 2, and you saw the progression of how they attacked, the tactics, the IEDs.
It very quickly became IEDs and guerrilla warfare.
Like I said, it was at first it was, you know, command detonated. And then we started seeing like the cell phones, and then we started, you know,
dual initiators.
Yeah, and like we
then pressure switches.
I got to find the picture, but we found a makeshift rocket launcher that was two like PVC pipes that were fucking in a wall, that they just removed that portion of the wall, like it was like mortared into the damn bricks. Mm-hmm. They just pulled it off, fired it, and freaking put it back. Like, how fucking clever is that?
Yeah.
Like, goddamn.
In Rawa, we found same kind of thing, PVC pipe ramp that somebody did math on, or several shots to understand where to put it. And they strapped, so it was a Chinese 107 millimeter rocket with an old school 12-hour alarm clock. And that was their initiator, so they could be 11 hours and 59 minutes away from it when it took off. Yeah. And they fired 2 of those at Rawa on my that deployment where I was, we sucked into Rawa outside, you know, out of Camp Gannon. So I was mainly in Karabla. Our other platoon was in Ubaidi. Our other platoon was in Saddah. And then we had the main headquarters up at Camp Gannon. Yeah. And they were launching stuff just like that still in 2007 and 8.
You know, that
4 years later.
That by far was, I say, probably my best deployment and also my worst deployment.
Yep.
You know.
Understand.
And it's, like I said, some of the things that happened there kind of formed me into the Marine that I became afterwards. Sure. And now I look back on it now that, you know, like, I'm retired, and I'm just like, man, I didn't have to be such an asshole to those guys. But like I said, you know, it was because we owe it to the guys that we're in charge of, that mothers and fathers give their sons and daughters to, right? We owe it to them to be the best we can be. And I see simple little mistakes can lead to bigger problems, right? So as a battalion gunner, you know, like I said, I was hard on the lieutenants. But I mean, I'd like to say that, you know, I taught them things also of like, you know, how to do you know, infantry shit, you know. But yeah, as I look back on it, I mean, I could have handled it differently, but you know, it is what it is. That at that time, I was in that part, or I was at that stage of life, you know, to where I didn't want the same mistakes to repeat.
Yeah.
With somebody else.
Yeah.
You know, so I was hard on people, and
in my opinion, that's a gunner's job.
yeah.
You mentioned before, Gunner, that you looked at in a situation that you looked at that like, I want to be him or I want to be that. That was Nick Vitale and JC Knight for me. When I seen those people, it's like, man, those guys know what the fuck they're talking about. But when you look at their past, there's a fucking reason why they were the way they were. Both of those men.
Yeah.
They were that way because they knew what was coming for the people that they meant to lead, and how mistakes, no matter how small or how grave, you know, for one of those men, how those mistakes can lead to unnecessary death.
Yeah.
Unnecessary death. And
Preventable.
Preventable.
You know.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah,
preventable.
And you know, so yeah, the OIF2 deployment was it was wild. I mean,
Do you think it made you
the Wild West?
I hear people a lot from combat when they did well and they went to combat because of the changes psychologically that they
I don't
went through. It
I
made
want to
them.
say like it made me. I mean, because when we go through life and you know certain events happen, like all those things have something to do with making who you are in that present moment. So coming out of there in that present moment of you know coming back from OIF2, I was that person I was. Yeah, that helped form me into the person I was. Those events, and then as I grew in the Marine Corps and kept going on, other events happened.
Sure.
And you take the good and the bad from everything and you apply it. You know, like I said earlier, you know, I try to take something good, leadership wise, out of people, and then I even take the bad and I'm like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to be that guy.
Yep.
You know,
it's almost like you can learn just as much, if not more, from the bad ones.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, like I've calmed down a lot since I've been retired, and it's you know going on 3 years. This August would be 3 years. But I mean, you gotta think like I did 30 years, 8 months in the Marine Corps. That's all I knew. You know, so now that I'm starting to calm down, is like I'm starting to relook at things in events, and I'm like, okay, yep, I'm gonna learn from this how I was at this time, how I am to this point, and it's just all about becoming a better fucking human being.
Yeah.
You know, that's all it is. I just want to be a good dude. You know, like that's why I try to strive every day to just be a good dude and a good human.
Costs nothing to be nice.
No, exactly.
Well, JC said
now,
that.
I can't flip off safe. I can.
That's
I can
never
still
going to
do
go
it.
away, I don't think.
Yeah, it's not.
The ability.
Yeah, the ability to, but it's not like I come out hot right away. You're just like, you know, like, no, not like that. So.
Yeah. I did for a while.
Yeah.
I think this is my theory anyway, and it could be complete horse shit, but I've been through a fuckload of therapy since 2010. And I think my theory is that when you go through some bad shit and you're in fights and you're in this high pressure, high anxiety, high output career, and then inside that career, obviously you have a box that was even worse or more, you know, those deployments. Yeah. And so you have your genetics, and then you have your epigenetics, like the experiences that alter those proteins in those genes, right? Well, if like 30 years of your shit is that, and those epigenetic strands, and the market's bad, and that's where people kill you, and maybe you had a couple rough deployments that were even more in that line, it's going to take that time to unwind that strand of experience altering those proteins. And it's like, for me, it took the same amount of time that I wound that up to unwind that all the way. And that sucks because it's time.
Yeah.
I think that can be sped up with the right therapy.
Yeah.
And the right therapy might not be a doctor. It might be your best friend that
Yeah.
you went through Al-Qaim with.
Exactly.
And you talked about it though, and
Exactly.
you leveled with it.
Yeah.
And then in your case, if you had good leaders that did reinforce talking about things and did
Yeah.
reinforce having these after actions, I think that maybe can help too, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's a lot of things, but for me, I had to go talk about it.
Yeah.
I tried not talking about it. I tried being a hermit. I tried just staying away
Yeah,
from it, and I couldn't stay away from it.
And you know, it's funny is because when I came up in the Marine Corps, like if you went to a therapist, you were getting kicked out of the Marine Corps. We used to call it going to see the wizard, right?
Yeah.
Like, and I had a staff sergeant used to tell me all the goddamn time. He'd be like, "God damn, St. Pierre, if I knew you wouldn't get kicked out, I would send you to the wizard right now." Like, it was taboo in the Marine Corps.
It was still taboo when I came home in 2010.
Yeah.
It was still taboo,
I mean,
and you get black marked.
It opened it up a little bit, like the wars opened it up a little bit. Now I mean,
I think it's better, way better now.
yeah, it just everything takes time in the Marine Corps. You know, I mean,
Oh, I do.
Goddamn, you know, my ex-wife, she's been saying this for years. Is she calls me a dinosaur? I was a dinosaur in the Marine Corps, right? Because I've been around so long. But the Marine Corps, like it's dinosaur. It takes time to evolve.
Finally got it right by
You
the
know?
time you got done.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
You know, but yeah, it's way better than it was in 1993 when I joined. And,
Yeah.
2004 it was better than 19, because like guys would say, "Hey, I need to go talk to a psychiatrist at Naval Hospital because of this," and you know, people are gonna be like, "Oh, you fucking pussy," and you know, trying manly, even though those motherfuckers probably need to go talk to people too, but they're, you know, it wasn't a career ender, I would say, as it was beforehand. It would be a career ender pretty much, because they were like, "Hey, you're freaking crazy, you got to go."
The shitty part about that is how many dudes got out that were fucking monsters.
Yeah.
That could have been monsters for you for longer.
Yeah.
But you put a negative stigma on them. And look, killing people's not normal anymore.
No.
We used to wield swords and do it on the regular. We don't anymore and haven't for a couple centuries. So when you don't do that regularly, well, then we get away from that. Our emotional modulation gets away from it.
Look at the change of the times. Like in 1940, we were carpet bombing cities.
Yeah, firestorm.
Fire bombs in Japan, carpet bomb in Germany, and now a civilian gets killed, and it's like the end of the I'll stop. Like somebody's got to be held accountable. Someone's got to go to jail for this. Like
it's because America doesn't have the gut for it anymore. But I promise you this: we go to World War III, they're going to firestorm cities again.
God damn, I got a fucking cramp. Oh shit!
Little Charlie horse going on.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, hello. This woke me up right there.
Over 3 hours of sitting in that chair is going to do that for you.
But no, you're exactly right. People.
Because the military will do what it has to do to win.
Yeah.
It will do that.
Yeah, but it also didn't help. Like real time imagery of like you're getting information an hour after it happened. In 1942, it would take like a week or something.
At least, and it was spotty and in black and white, not high definition 4K.
Yeah. So after like OF2 was definitely good learning experience. Came back and I got selected a gunny on that deployment and got promoted to gunny, and I think December. Is it December? Yeah, I think it was December. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, so we go into 2005, and I'm due to rotate, and I seriously thought about. I was like, hey, I'm gonna deploy again. Like, I'm gonna go again one more time, and my wife at the time, she was like, look, I'm not telling you what to do, but your daughter was born while you were gone. She had her first birthday while you were gone. Your daughter needs you too. Mm-hmm. So I had to make a choice, and that was the first time the choice I made was for the family. Was okay, I'm gonna get orders and go to a non-deploying unit and do something else for a little bit. So I ended up and Colonel Lopez told me, he was like, hey, if you stay for another deployment, I'll give you any fucking job in the battalion you want. And I was like, damn, that means I can go back to Lima too. I was like, yes, my platoon, but I knew I couldn't because I was a gunny. But I could have had a company gunny job, and but I owed it to my family to be there.
Yeah.
So I went to the staff academy, to the career course to be an instructor. I don't know why I picked that. I just I like instructing, and if I can teach people, warfighting stuff that don't do warfighting stuff on a daily basis, hey, why not? So I went there, and it was good. I was a year and a half. Been there a year and a half, and they tried to relieve me.
Yeah, you said we were going to talk about that,
Yeah.
but you didn't say much about it.
Yeah, so we had an academics chief, and she was a gunny, and I was in the lead warfighter instructor for the career course, and we got a new crew in as a new course chief and a new course staff NCOIC. Well, the course staff NCOIC and the academics chief, they were girls, they were homies, so they were tight, and I taught, one of the classes I taught was tactics. And basically what we do is we give the students the tactics book, have them read it, and then it was like a 3-hour discussion on tactics, right? And it was, according to the concept card, it was, it's supposed to be taught in the classroom, all these things. Well, we had a career course meeting, and it was brought up from the staff NCOIC that they're going to change that to guided discussions in the faculty advisors' offices. So I was like, I don't think that's a good idea. And she was like, why? And I was like, well, I'm the one who teaches that class right now, so I think I speak in the most experience here. But when you're teaching this class, you need to give examples of real world situations that you've been in to help explain it and give people a better grasp of things. And I looked at my buddy Frank Puebla, and he was what was he? I think he was a law guy. He was 903 type. Great dude, great Marine, just wasn't an entry guy. And I was like, hey, Frank, no disrespect to you, but could you teach this class effectively? He was like, no, I ain't even gonna bullshit you. No, I can't. And the other instructors agreed. And she stood up and she's like, I see where the friction's coming from now. I'm like, what? And then the course chief, he actually stood up and defended me. He's like, man, he's not even like, no. So the next morning I get an email from the academic chief, and she is freaking going off on me, just cussing at me, talking all kinds of shit. And this is where my anger, I saw red, right? I saw that email, and I immediately got up and I beelined it towards her office. And a couple of the other instructors were like, hey man, calm down, calm down. I'm like, nah, fuck this. Like, no. And so I opened one of the hatches, and she's all the way at the other end of the freaking hallway by her office. And she looked at me, and she's like, what? And I stopped.
That probably didn't help.
No, it didn't. I stopped. I said, you know what? Fuck you. And I walked away. She went and told the goddamn sergeant major and the freaking master guns I threatened her. And to top it off, she called her husband in because she felt threatened, right? So the sergeant major calls me in, and he was like, I have no choice but to relieve you. I was like, you can't relieve me. He's like, yes, I can. I'm the director. I was like, yeah, by all means, you are the director. I get that, sergeant major. However, I have never been counseled by my career chief, or my course chief, never been counseled by my staff NCOIC, never been counseled by the deputy, and never been counseled by you on anything. If you look at all the instructor rating forms and the end of course critiques, where does it say I fall as an instructor? And he was like, well, I can still relieve you because this incident. I said, technically, if I did something wrong, but I got 6 witnesses who came into your office and told you exactly what happened because they saw it and said I did not threaten her. And he's like, well, what do you suggest we do? I said, let me call my monitor. So I called old Meddy Knox. And I was like, hey, I need orders. I want to go back to 29 Palms. He goes, I can do that, but you got to stay there another 6 months because 2 years. You got to be there 2 years to PCS. It's like, done. And so they took me off the instructor and gave me like a little office downstairs. Like I just did whatever I wanted. Like I had PT, and I ended up going through the advanced course. I was like, hey, I might as well do the course.
Yep.
And I said, to prove a point, I'm going to graduate number 1. Just to prove a point. And I did, but they wouldn't give it to me because I was an instructor at the course there.
That's some bullshit.
Yeah, it is. And so I was like, whatever, like this place. And then after that sergeant major left, the master guns came down, and he was like, hey, if you want to stay, I'm willing to keep you here. I'll put you over here at the advanced course with under Master Sergeant Bemis. I was like, nah, I'm good.
I'm out.
And he's like, well, you know, I understand. I was like, look, Master Guns, you guys fucked me once before, you'll fuck me again. I'm gone. And so I went and I had orders to 3-4. And day I picked up my orders, they said 1-7. So I was like, oh, what's this about?
Bet.
Okay. Hey, Master Guns, like, hey, my orders say 1-7. Ain't I supposed to be going to 3-4? He's like, no, I had to change them. They need staffing shields. They're deploying. Roger that. So, and here's the thing is my wife at the time is pregnant, right?
Oh boy.
So now I'm thinking like when I was going to 3-4 that their deployment lined up with me being there for the pregnancy and the baby. Oh no, 1-7 came along and guess what? You're deploying in.
Good riddance.
I think I got there in May and we deployed in September, and she was born in October. No, wait. Yeah, we deployed in August because when I got home, she was 5 months old. I met her when she was 5 months old. So I was just like, had to explain to my wife, like, sorry, I ain't going to be here for this one either.
God.
You know? And that deployment was fucking, like, I mean, it was...
Which one was that?
That was the 07-08 deployment.
Yeah,
It was a freaking, like a UDP to damn Iraq. You know,
Okay,
because at that time they did the little freaking kumbaya with the insurgents, and
Yeah.
you know, they weren't fighting us anymore, and they were
It's kind of like that awakening,
yeah,
at least in that side.
yeah, the Anbar Awakening. I think
Anbar
it was.
Awakening, yeah.
Yeah, so they did that. So that deployment, it was, I was a cap platoon sergeant, because when I got to the battalion, the sergeant major brought me in, and he was like, "Hey, what do you want to do?" Like, I was like, "Sergeant Major, where do you need me?" And he's like, "Well, technically, you're the senior gunny, so you can have a company gunny spot." And I was like, "Sergeant Major, where do you need me?" And he's like, "Well, I really need a cap platoon sergeant." I was like, "Done."
That's it. That's more fun
Done.
than a company
Yeah,
gunny shit anyway.
fuck yeah. So I was like, "Done." So okay, we good?
Good.
All right.
Send it.
Yeah. So took over Cat Red, and then we had Alpha and Omega section, and deployed Iraq. And at the time, you know, when we first get there, you know, I'm still kind of thinking about, hey, OIF2, you know, during that time frame that I from 2004 to 2007, IEDs have gotten out of control,
Yeah.
pressure ploy, all kinds of shit, right? And but again, the deployment was very quiet. About
Where was it? What was location?
So hit. The battalion was in hit. We were a little bit south, where Bronze and shit, I can't remember the other route where they intersected. We were at a little cop called Riggs.
Okay.
I was weapons company, and then about 2 months into the deployment, our ops chief for the company got to go home on emergency leave, and so they bumped me up to the company ops chief.
Okay.
So did that, got selected as Master Sergeant, and you know, as I told you, Gunner Carlton, he was our battalion gunner, as you know, as a CWO4, as a division gunner. But he would come down quite a bit, and it was early into the deployment. I found one of my 50 cals didn't work, and so I was like, "Hey, my 50 cals don't work." So, or one of them, so I need a new one. He comes down, and he was like, "Come here." I was like, "What's up, sir?" He's like, "How the fuck you know your 50 cal doesn't work? Where the fuck did you shoot it at?" I'm like, "Damn it!" I was like, "Well, we were driving, so I took him out to where we found this big ass hill, and you know, I made sure there was nothing around, and you know, we test fired the guns, and found out he was like, "Well, we got all this space right here. Let's build a range, me and you." And basically, he showed me how to design a range and do the SDZs and all that stuff, and I was like, "Man, all right, cool." This guy, like, yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna put in the gunner package. Like he sparked my interest again. I'm ready to do this. And then the list comes out, and I get selected Master Sergeant. And I get told, or I get orders, because you know I don't have, or there's Master Sergeants that haven't deployed to Iraq that needed to deploy to Iraq, and I had 3 deployments, so I had to go. So go over to Marine Corps Tactics and Operations Group, McTOG, as they're standing up, and when I first get there, I'm the ops chief for that place,
And can you just briefly, for the audience, because they're not, a lot of them aren't going to know, even younger guys that are hitting now aren't going to know what McTOG is or does.
Yeah. So in the beginning, it was set up for, you know, to teach. It's basically a course for the operations officers and operations chiefs to go through, and kind of like basically COC staff to kind of go through and learn COC operations and big scale. You do a big scale exercise, so basically you learn the planning process. You start planning when you first get there, and it all leads up to the final exercise 6 weeks later, right? And you know, it's insane, the planning that goes into it. So it's basically you're learning how to plan, like, really well.
I think it's important though, right? Because there's a lot of complexity in setting up a properly functioning command center.
There is. And so as McTOG was kind of standing up and, you know, finding its way in life in the Marine Corps, because it's new, we started doing like mobile training teams, and we started having battalions and regiments come to us, and we run them through exercises that and they're getting ready to deploy. And then it kind of turned into that's what it was.
Did you like doing it? Because there is an aspect of coaching and teaching, which you've already mentioned that you enjoyed that.
I did. There's certain aspects that I really enjoyed, and then there was aspects that was like McTOG was that was a turning point for me, because there was one point in my career, I think I was at 18 years, and I was like, I'm fucking done. I'm getting out. I'm not doing this shit no more. And it was not the work we were doing. It was more of, there was, goddamn, probably like 10 or 12 of us master sergeants who were there. And there was only like 4 or 5 of us who actually did anything, who worked. And we had to pick up the slack for the other ones. And there was no accountability held on the other one for being fucking slackers, right? And that shit pisses me off, is you ain't pulling your weight, you got to go.
Yeah.
You know, don't just sit up here and take up air. And that's what they did. And the workload was freaking insane, because we're picking up the workload for these dudes. But, you know, I had, like, like I said, I started as an ops chief, and then we kind of restructured, and Lieutenant Colonel Van Riper, General Van Riper, one of his sons, Stephen, great dude, he is forming what we call the maneuver division, and he's going to have mobile or battalion training teams. And he has a regimental training team and 3 battalion training teams, and he wants me to come over and be one of the team leads. So he gets me pulled from the ops chief job, and I become a team lead for Battalion Team 3. And my team was phenomenal. I had, you know, Seth McCutcheon as my OIC, retired colonel, great dude. Tyrone Davis was...
I know Tyrone. Tyrone was my security forces fast company platoon sergeant.
Dude, they used to call me him Murtaugh and Riggs. Told you, dude. Like, we were... people were scared to walk by our door. Like, because
Tyrone has that effect on people.
We would light people up, man. Love Tyrone.
That motherfucker choked me out at Fort Pickett. There's 2 things that happened at Fort Pickett with Tyrone. He was a young gunny, and he failed the swim portion for force.
Oh,
he was in docking, and then he came out to us, right?
Yeah.
So he was on fire, and we're out. We're out at Fort Pickett, and we fucking blew through ammo all fucking week, right? And now we're on like Wednesday, and we're supposed to shoot Thursday and Friday. And we did some unsavory things on a black op to secure more ammunition for the rest of that range. However, like after that, it was imperative to understand why you don't fall asleep on ammo watch.
Yeah.
And I didn't fall asleep. I was studious Marine watching my ammo, and when I woke up, because like I got yoked up and like he just snuck up behind me or whatever. I guess I wasn't being very studious after all, but he like choked me all the way out. And when I woke up, he's like, he had a like ghillie suit on and shit, and he's standing there looking at me. He's like, "You never fucking know, Rogers, do you? You never fucking know." And I'm like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah,
dude, that was my first unit.
Dude,
I didn't know what I got into.
Love Ty, man. Like when I was coming to security forces as the regimental gunner, he was a regimental ops chief. In the first training meeting we have, I came in there and I'm trying to keep my mouth shut. Like, I'm trying to hear things. And something just set me off, and I just started freaking da 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 da. And Tyrone, he's just like, "I told you, I'm motherfuckers. I fucking told you. I told you." But yeah, but like I'm telling you, like,
What'd you say? Riggs and Murtaugh.
Riggs and
Oh, my
Murtaugh,
goodness, I love
like
it.
that's what they call it. And like we had the corner office, and literally people would walk around to get
To
out
not
the
go in
exit,
front of it.
to not go in front because we would just blast them.
Yeah.
And then we had Team 2 had Master Sergeant Steve Hernandez. We called him Angry Steve.
Okay.
And like us three together, like
Stay out the
forget
way.
about it, dude. Yeah, we'd freaking murder you. But yeah, I had a great team. We had great officers, great staff, well, some great staff NCOs. The gunnies were fucking killing it. Staff sergeants were killing it. We had Wojciechowski, who works for Core Solutions now.
Yep.
Yeah, he freaking long ball hitter. Kenny Distelhorst, you know, long ball hitter, freaking staff sergeant, picked up gunny. Yeah, we had some good staff sergeants and good gunnies. It was just some of the master sergeants I had issues with, and
So it was more personalities than
yeah,
anything.
it was that. And so I'm there, and one of the deals I made with the monitor at the time was when he gave me orders there, he was like, hey, you give me 18 months there, I'll move you back to a battalion. I was like, all right, cool, I could do 18 months. 18 months comes around. I get orders because I go and see the monitor. I'm like, hey, man, deal we had was this. And he was like, yep, sure, bam, here you go. Orders. The CO and the senior enlisted advisor talked and like, well, he hasn't been here 3 years. We can't lose him. They went and got my orders canked.
Motherfuckers.
Yeah, so that kind of pissed me off too. I'm like, man, fuck. And it's not that.
That was at McTogg they did that?
Yeah, that was at McTogg.
They needed you there. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, it is what it is, you know. I get it. You don't want to lose people because you got to replace that person. And I'm already,
Especially if you have a bunch of lightweights not doing
Yeah,
their job and you're
and-
not one of them.
and I was already, I knew the course, you know, the courses. I knew what to teach and all that stuff. And I get it, you know, I get it. But it made me mad. And at the time I was,
think that'd be,
yeah,
anybody'd be mad.
at the time I was putting in gunner packages. The first year I was eligible, I didn't have the ASVAB score, so I had to retake the ASVAB, and I actually had to have a guy tutor me in math because I'm telling you I fucking suck at math, and I ended up getting the score, and so I started submitting, and the first 2 tries I didn't get it. It's, you know, okay, it is what it is. And then I get, I'm coming up on my 3 years, maybe 32, and 7th Marine Regiment gets a new ops chief, and he was my ops chief in 1-7.
Okay.
And he calls me up, and he was like, hey, man, you want to come over here and be my assistant? I was like, fuck yeah, dude, you're awesome. Like, hell yeah, Master Gun's Matt Scott, fucking phenomenal Marine. I'm like, hell yeah. So, dude, it was discussion about letting me leave 3 months early. Like,
They want your full ass
like,
tour.
they
didn't
wanted
they?
my full tour. And so I'm in there with the CO, Colonel Mullen, you know, Major General Mullen, you know, passed away a couple years back. Awesome dude, who's a great dude, but he's trying to protect his command. And Gunner Stu White comes in, and fucking Stu White, man, gotta love that guy. But he basically talked to the CO and the XO and the OPSO and was like, hey, look, it's better for him, for his gunner package, if he gets back to the operating forces. Like, he needs to go. He did his time here. He did great. He's got to go. Like, let him go.
So he
And-
went to bat for you
yeah,
against
he did.
them.
He did. And so I ended up going over 7th Marine Regiment as the assistant ops chief, and that was what? I think that was April time frame. Yeah, April of 2011. And it was funny because at the time, I didn't have a front tooth. Because when I was a teenager, I broke it riding a motorcycle, and they kind of fixed it. And then on New Year's Day of 2011, I re-cracked it. And then on Valentine's Day 2011, they pulled it. And they were like, they gave me one of them little flippers.
Like
that you put
flapper.
in-
Yeah.
That motherfucker made my shit bleed, so I didn't even wear it. I didn't care. I'm like, fuck, I got that impressed. I don't care.
Yeah.
And the first day I met Sparky Renforth, regimental CO, when he comes in, he sees me, and I was like, hey, Master Sergeant St Pierre. And I smiled, and he just looked at me. He's like, I see what he said something about, like, that's awesome, Master Sergeant. Something like something smart ass. I was like, this guy's gonna be great. Like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna enjoy working for him. And I put in my gunner package that year, and you know, the wait is just, you just wait and wait and wait, and then you hear, oh, the message is supposed to be out now, and you're still waiting.
I'm sure that's excruciating.
Oh man, it is. And the Friday before the message came out, we were at a retirement ceremony, and I think it was for Stebert. But John Rabert, who's McTogg's gunner at the time, he comes up to me and he's like, "Hey, congratulations." I was like, "Dude, don't jinx me." Like, and I wasn't putting two and two together. I was like, "Dad, don't jinx me, man." Like, no, that's not good. And then the following Monday, I came into work, and as I come up, I just got done PT, and I came upstairs, and Ron Forrestal, who was sat in my office with me, he put in a package. He was like, "Dude, we got it." And I was like, "Fuck you talking about?" And he had the list printed on my desk. Yes. And the Master of Guns comes out, Scott, and he's like, "See, motherfucker, I told you, be careful what you wish for." And so yeah.
What was the feeling seeing your name on that?
I couldn't believe it. Like, honestly, I because 2 tries before, you don't see your name on the list, and I think I read that list like probably about 15 times,
just
like,
to make sure
just to make sure.
Slap yourself.
Yeah, like, and I still didn't believe it until it popped up in freaking like MOL or something. Yeah, it was. It was crazy.
Talk about vindicating. Or validation of a career. That to me, I mean, it doesn't go up more.
It's because something that I always wanted to do, and for a time I didn't think it was going to happen, and I think, it was just, man, I was super excited, and it was kind of like it rejuvenated me and my love for the Marine Corps.
Yeah,
like it was like a jolt of like, they put the little freaking clappers on you, to bring you back to life. That's I think that's what it did. Even though 7th Marines was doing that because I was back in the operating forces, and Sparky Renforth had that warrior mentality. I mean, he was taking the regimental headquarters on hikes. Like, it was freaking awesome. And we were getting ready to deploy to Afghanistan for a year. I was all like, yeah, fuck yeah, woo, yeah, get some. But it really rejuvenated me. It was like, it really brought back that,
some fire.
Yeah, it brought back the passion.
And probably, does a lot of it have to do with, like, now, like, heavy is the head, motherfucker. Now you're going to be one of one in a battalion and you're supposed to know it all? Or is it more like that student status of falling back in love with why you're here in the first place?
It was, because I don't, you can't know everything, right? So I never went in with that mentality of I know everything, right? You can't know everything.
Right.
And as a battalion gunner, you have to know, you have to be able to say, I don't know, but I will find out for you. Give me 2 hours. And you need, TNR, fucking TMs, whatever. You know where to find that. Because lieutenants will play stump the chump. They will sit there and think about a fucking question to ask you to stump you, right? And like, I always took it as like, hey, you know what? I don't know the answer right now, but give me a little bit, I'm gonna find out. And I would go in my office, I pulled out the TMs or whatever it pertained to, and I would start reading, and then I would get them back. I'd call them up, text them, like, hey, come to my office. They come over and be like, hey, check out, here's the answer. Whatever. But I think it was more just, it was something that I wanted, and it seemed like I wasn't going to get,
And then when you did, it was like,
yes. And, I went to TBS, I had 19 years in the Marine Corps, so like I was one of the older dudes in TBS. There was, I think, 2 guys who were actually had more time in service than me. There was a couple guys, even a couple gunners who were older than me. Joe Grabbert, Keith Eggers, and Joe Eazet. They were all older than
Joe
me.
Eazet. He's still over there at SOI.
Yeah, they're great dudes. Freaking long, like Keith Eggers, Joe Eazet. I mean, freaking, they were prior. They had broken time, right? So I had more time in service, but age-wise, they
I gotcha.
So, but it was crazy because I'm beating kids younger than me, or men and women younger than me, on the E-course, and I'm like, man, like, I'm a broken down
shouldn't be beating you.
I shouldn't be beating you, like what's going on? But it's just, it was the mentality, man. I loved going through, Wobic and, freaking IWOC, baby or gunner boot camp. It was just, the passion was there again. It was just like, man, I did it. I'm a gunner. And the way, just the being a gunner, being able to be a member of that community is just, man, it means the world to me. You know,
Well, small community.
yeah, and it's like fucking rock stars that are in there. You know, Nick Vitale, freaking Wes Turner. You know, like guys that like Chuck Carlton. You know, like the older generation. You know, Ray Grundy, who's one of the first ones that was back in when they first brought it back. Like, and just being able to sit and talk to those guys. I loved it in Iwak. You know, when he retired and the current gunners would come and talk to us. Like, that's what I look forward to, because they're dropping jewels down on you on how to do stuff. Chris Wade, man, goddamn, Chris Wade is fucking phenomenal. Some of the knowledge that he dropped. I mean, he dropped everything from warfighting stuff to writing fit reps. Because, you know, as a gunner, you go to a range, you're writing fit reps. And that was my first spot, was a range. Like, I was writing fit reps. And the knowledge that he gave me to help me write fit reps, because like I can't write for shit, you know. I'm California educated, like you know, fuck. But yeah, like.
But it's part of it.
Yeah. And those guys just coming in. Jeff Eby coming in, talk to us. You know, he was my regimental gunner in 7th Marines when I was a battalion gunner, or when I was in 3-7. You know, him coming in and dropping knowledge, and you know, freaking Pat Wolhoff coming in and talking and taking us out to the range when we were shooting the laws, and I think we did laws one day in small, something, I don't know, but he was out there with Namo Tally, just getting the words of knowledge from those guys and how to be as a gunner. And yeah, it was awesome going through it. And then, you know, got my first duty station. I went out to Hawaii, and I'm working for a retired gunner, Dan Geltmacher. You know, he's the...
And that's for a range, right?
Yeah, I took over as the officer in charge of range control. And, you know, so I get out there, and I had freaking Law Dog as the regimental freaking gunner. You know, and Law, man, JP freaking awesome. He came out, he was in Quantico for a conference, and he came over to the Wobic, to my barracks, because he knew I was coming to Hawaii, and asked for me, and like basically just took time out of his schedule to talk to me about Hawaii. He's like, hey man, this is what to expect. He's like, look, you're going to be at the range probably for a year, maybe a year and a half, and then you're going to take over a battalion, and just give me the lay of the land. And I really appreciated that. So I get to Hawaii, and I got him. I got Roger Turner, who's over in 1st Battalion, 3rd Marines, who's an old friend of mine. He was one of my students at the Staff Academy, and you know, now he's been a gunner for a couple years.
That's awesome.
Yeah, like great dude. Fucking love Raj. And you know, we had Brian Summers over at 2-3, and Ray Brown, who had 3-3. And you know, Ray Brown, 10-pound brain on that dude. And I take over the range, and and Jordan Cramp was out there. He was running Pualoa range, and Dan Geltmacher, retired gunner. Chris Harris, retired gunner. He's on Oahu. He's like the mayor of fucking Oahu.
Oh, shit.
You know, yeah, like this dude, like phenomenal. Just the info he got. Like Dan Geltmacher told me, he was like, hey, I want a 203 range, right? And I was talking to Chris Harris about it one day, and he was like, he pointed me to the Army TM that has a qualification course for 203s in there, and how to build it and all this shit. And I looked at it, I was like, oh man, that's actually pretty good, like for the Army. Like, so I built the 203 range off of that. Now, down Geltmacher fired me every day for like 3 months. Dude, I cleared like 2.75 acres of land without a permit. Yeah, so hey, he got a 203 range out of it though.
Yeah. End state accomplished, sir.
Exactly. Like, who cares that I cleared all that land? Like,
there's no woodpeckers here anymore.
Yeah, fuck but learning, just being in the range control job, it taught me how things work in Hawaii. Like, because it's different.
I was going to say it's probably a whole lot different.
Yeah, it's different. And like, it's just different. And then, I got there October of 12, and January of 14, me and Ray Brown flip-flopped. So Ray took over the range.
3-3?
And I took 3-3.
3-3.
Yeah, so Ray, they come off deployment. Ray takes over range control, and I take over 3-3 as a battalion gunner. With Tom Wood was battalion commander for a couple months, and then he did his change of command with Matt Tracy. Crazy Tracy, man.
Okay.
Crazy Tracy's a freaking war fighter. Dude is a war fighter. he brought like the warrior mentality to the battalion. Like that dude literally was like naming like barracks rooms for Marines that were killed in combat from Hawaii. He would put in plaques with their name outside of the room that they lived in.
Fuck yeah.
You know, like shit, what did he do?
He brought a warrior culture to
exactly.
it. Exactly.
He got one of the rifles from I think it was, I don't know if it was his rifle that he carried when he was a company commander in 2-3 or one of the Marines who was killed, but he got that rifle into our battalion and, you know, gave it to a deserving Marine to carry. He would do what we call fat heads. Like if a Marine performed well, you put in your vote like who the fat head goes to. He'd have the S2 print out a picture of their face at the fat head, right? Big picture, put it on a stick, and in battalion formation they come running out with it, right? Like freaking, yeah, just like.
But that's incorporating a spirited core culture, past culture.
Yeah, and like he was. We went to the Big Island to do an exercise, what they called Lava Viper, and it's a big exercise. The whole battalion goes out there, and you basically start with individual tasks, work up the fire team, squad, platoon, and then we actually incorporated a company attack into it, which I believe Brian Summers was the first one to build it, and then as each of us went through it, we built onto it. Yeah, just built it bigger, right? But or was it Rimpack? This is one of the ones we went out for. But Matt Tracy. So we're driving one day, and it's getting dark, and we got a platoon on range 10, which is a platoon attack range, and we're driving. And I'm like, hey sir, you want me to take you back to the CP so you can do the cub? He looked at me. He's like, fuck no, take me to range 10. He goes, I'm staying with the Marines. This is what I got an XO for. And that's just what his mentality was. Hey, we need to be in the field. We need to be training for our profession. Mm-hmm. And he was real big on like phase 0. Like we can't lose phase 0 to China, right? You know, they're incorporating their, you know, propaganda into Okinawa already with the protests and all that stuff. So he was real big, and just his way of thinking was just phenomenal, man. Like the guy he was a war fighter. We got to Okinawa, and he was like, hey, we're getting off this island. We ain't coming back till it's time to go home. Mm-hmm. And sure enough, him, the OPSO, flew to Korea, started in the north up at where did we start with? We started with up near Camp or like Mar 4K, trying to find like a Korean battalion to do a KMEP with. Mm-hmm. And we just worked our way south, and we finally found one down in Pohang that was like, hey, yeah, we'll do it. And so we made our own KMEP. And we went to Korea for 30 days, and then from actually it was a little longer than that. Then we went to Fuji, and they were in Fuji, and then we went to the Philippines, did our Balakatan. Mm-hmm. When we did Balakatan, after we did the last live fire, the defensive live fire, he looked at me, he was like, hey Gunner, how could we have made this better? I was like, fucking easy. He's like, what? I was like, maneuver. And he was like, exactly, write a Gazette article. So it was like 03 in the morning. Me and him are on the hood of a Humvee starting to write a Gazette article.
I love it.
Yeah. So it actually ended up writing it, and by the time we left the Philippines, it was done, and we had the S2 officer review it and edit and all that stuff, and submit it to the Gazette, and it got published a couple months later. Yeah. So that was pretty cool. But yeah, he was awesome leader. Again, great crew. Neil Berry was our OPSO. Yeah, can't say that. Yeah, dude is just freaking great. Good company commanders, you know, good staff NCOs, good platoon commanders. You know, we had one sticks out really well. Matt Hanks, again, like another Lieutenant Moore, just got it. He just picked things up, and you know, the other lieutenants were good too. They were willing to learn and executed things very well. So that was the first go around, and then, you know, Matt Tracy leaves, and I get Tim Brady in as battalion commander, and, you know, difference of leadership styles, but like the battalion was still good. It was still I got fortunate with 2 good battalion commanders. Mm-hmm. You know, sometimes you get one good, one bad. Mm-hmm. You know, I got 2 good ones, and you know, we went back, did another UDP to, you know, Okinawa, and you know. did our thing, you know, regular things, you know, like I think we did Fuji and what else we did? We had a company in the Philippines. This one was more distributed. We had companies going out, vice the battalion. Yeah, so we had people kind of going all over the place. And then came back from that, and, you know, I got orders to Miramar.
What was that like? Because you're talking about the wing now, right? Or no?
Dude, I think I got...
What would you do there?
I was the range complex OIC. So if you take Miramar split by like the 5 freeway, right? Or is the 5 or the 15, excuse me. And on this side, as you're looking south on the west side, is the air station. That's where all the planes and everything is. And on the east side, there's just like a little road. You go out there, and that's where the ASP is. EOD's out there, and the range.
Okay.
Right. So I was basically the base commander. Told me I'm his adult supervision out there. Right. I'm like, I'm the wrong guy for that, because I was driving the freaking Polaris through the mountains and shit.
Yes.
Like, yeah. But anyway, so it was interesting. I think I got ICE reported like every fucking week.
By who? Who's there to report you?
The fucking pilots and the
really?
the air wing people.
Really?
Because when I got there, right, they hadn't had a gunner for like a year. They've been gapped like a year and a half. And matter of fact, I followed Roger Turner there. Roger Turner was there, and then he went to First Recon. And so I get there, and they didn't have a gunner there for a while. So I'm like, okay, like, and everything is done to tailor to them, right? So the MTU has to host Grass Week, because they won't do it on their own, right? So we do a 3-day. We have them come out on Wednesday. They get classes, and then Thursday morning they got classes, and then Thursday afternoon they snapped in, and then Friday they snapped in, right? And then I changed it also to Friday with a BZO and all that shit. But then they would get on, start firing the firing week, and they had the Loma systems. So they stay at 1 yard line, they shoot, and, you know, target freaking. You shoot, and then you have a little screen that shows where you hit, right?
Okay.
Well, the Loma system was freaking old, outdated. They in the contract, they didn't put maintenance into it, so it was always breaking. So my contract guys are like on eBay looking for motherboards and stuff for this thing. So we shut down quite a bit, but literally because I held them to a standard, because I made them snap in. I think it was raining one time, and they were snapping in, and I got ICE reported for that. Like,
oh Jesus!
Yeah, it was crazy. But I was there for 3 weeks in, and I got an email, and it's funny because a couple days prior I was talking to Wes Turner, who was MagTaf TC's freaking gunner at the time, and he's like, hey, you know, I'm gonna have you do like a year and a half, 2 years down there, and then I'm gonna bring you up to like SOI. I was like, cool, man, I'm good with that. And then that was on a Friday, and then Monday morning, I come into an email talking about I got orders to First Recon.
Oh, that's quick.
I was like, what? And then Wes called me. He was like, man, I had no idea about this. I was like, oh, fuck, okay, whatever. I was like, I'm not mad at it. It's just like, I wish you guys would have told me before I got a house down here.
Yeah, no shit.
Because now I got to commute, because it's not a PCS move, because it's under 50 miles. Right? So I had to commute every day to First Recon. But I ended up doing 6 months, around 6-7 months at Miramar. I called it my deployment to Miramar stateside, and then I went up to First Recon, and I mean, yeah, that was freaking awesome. Again, following Roger Turner's following that motherfucker all over the place, and because he had recon before me, I came in, and you know, I'm not dual cool, you know, but I just, you know, he's like, hey, I'm here to help you guys.
Yeah.
You know, like this, I'm here to help you.
Yeah.
And that's where I say like the passion would come out, because like we'd have our training meetings, and you know, I'd get all excited because I just freaking love, like, I love ranges. Like, I love going out and building surface danger zones and making shit, figuring things out, like, how can we do this? And one thing I designed for First Recon with one of the companies was we did like it was a 3-week package, and started with, like, you know, basic, like a pistol qual, machine guns, snipers are shooting, you know, stuff like that. And then we went into ambushes, and, you know, so they're doing ambushes with claymores, right? And then the culminate, we did rockets, and then the final event was, we had them, it was range 800 out Case Springs. I had them down like in a trench line, and you know, we put some sandbags up because the trench wasn't fully, you know, range safe for what we wanted to do, but they did breakout drills. So we initiated with claymores, and then as enemy was closing, live hand grenades, and then they broke contact and they did fire movement, but backwards.
But bounding, covering over walls.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And like that was fucking phenomenal.
The last place you want to start doing that the first time is in country.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's where most people start to do that.
And I don't know if it's. I think some people may just. I don't know if it's they're scared to ask if they can do it, but I developed it. I put it on, a nice pretty PowerPoint with my control measures, how I was going to make it safe, and I gave it to range control. And Joe Van Harrison, a retired gunner, looked at it and he was like, "Hey man, fucking
up and up,
good to go. Like as long as you follow this, you're good." And yeah, by far that was probably one of the coolest ranges I ever designed. Like it was pretty awesome to watch too. Yeah, and I had a blast at Recon.
And I'm sure they loved it because now you're talking about realism. You're getting real close there.
Yeah, and the Recon guys are just, I know they catch a lot of shit. People talk a lot of, just fucking around with them, talking like, oh, Recon kicks butt, and the dedication those guys are to their craft is phenomenal to watch. Like there's a reason that when they went to sniper school, they wouldn't fail. They had a low percentage of failures. There was a reason behind that, and it's just the mentality there. I would run them through a 2-week pre-sniper course instead of sending them to the division one that was supposed to be required for everybody. I worked it out with the division gunner. I was like, hey, look, like you look throughout the years, this is how many failures we've had. We're in like 98% graduation rate, and he was like, as long as you guys maintain like 80%, like you can do your own thing. And yeah, we'd run them through. First week would be was shooting, and then the second week was all just FFP build, construction, and a little bit of stalking, right? So yeah, I love being at First Recon. It was a good time. It was it was just, and I would like to say I kind of helped them because I saw a problem they had 2 optics that they would run. They'd run EOTech for CQT and for VBSS, and then they'd run the RCO for everything else for RNS and all that. And I was like, man, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, why don't we go look for one optic option? Let's do something, variable freaking 1 to 6, 1 to 8 power or something. Because originally I was like, hey, let's just freaking put red dots at a 45-degree angle on the guns, so when they go through CQT. But EOTG wasn't there. Like, they weren't having it, and that's we got to go through EOTG's package, right? So ended up getting Vortex. I got a couple Razor HDs to test. Trigicon gave us a couple of the SEOs before they were the SEOs, like they were making them to test out, and I want to say Leopold gave us a couple. I took the guys out on the square bay range and had them shoot all 3 different optics, had them go through the house. Everybody shot all 3 optics and gave them a little survey. They filled it out, what they liked, what they didn't like, tallied it up, and the Razor HD won.
Okay.
So I got the funding and bought them 300 Razor HD freaking Vortex optics. This is before the Marine Corps was like, hey, we're going to the SEO. So that was
the SCO is a bad motherfucker.
It is.
I really love it.
I liked it too. However, it was just like
it's gaudy, it's heavy.
Yeah.
And it makes the battle rifle heavy, but if I'd have had a SCO in 2010, I'd have killed way more fucking people.
Yeah, the SCO, it's a bad thing.
With an IAR, if you couple it with the IAR, I mean, I don't know, M4 is going to have the same ballistics regardless of this.
We did it all on M4A1s because it was before we had everyone had M27s. But this was what, end of 2018, 2019 time frame, and then I got selected to CWO4, and I got the phone call of, where do you want to go? And I was like, where I want to go is like, I'm sure it's not open, so what do you have open? And he gave me 3 choices, and I was like, oh fuck, I guess I'll stay here at Pendleton and take over Wilcox Range because I don't want to go to Massachusetts. I'm like, me and the extreme cold ain't friends.
Yeah, it's not my favorite pick.
I can't remember what the other one was. And then the next morning, he called me back and he was like, "Hey man, I totally forgot, but I got security force regiment open," which was good because I was like, when I was here as an enlisted instructor, I was like, man, I wouldn't mind retiring in Virginia. I like it. It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
And so I was like, yeah, I'll take it. And
because everybody was in Yorktown by then, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're in Yorktown, and so 2019 PCS to security forces in Yorktown, and that's where I finished my career.
We're in the last three
actually, I did
years out.
Four years. I did 4. So how it worked out was I was supposed to retire because warrant officers can only do 30 years, 3 months.
Okay.
Right. So that would have took me to I think it was March 30th, and so that was my retirement date. I had been approved because I wasn't like that. If they would have let me stay that full year, I would have got looked at for 5. I would have been in zone. I would have finally came in zone. You know, like I would have finally came in zone. But you know.
Oh wait, if you only able to do.
Yeah,
okay.
but it was just like, okay, so I'm not going to get looked at for 5. I got it. I'm hitting service limitations, so I got to get out. So retirement date set for March 30th. I'm going to have my ceremony January 18th. January 18th, because that marks 30 years to the day that I stepped on the yellow footprints, right?
Oh, yeah.
So as we're waiting for the promotion message to come out to see who my replacement's going to be, it comes out in December time frame. And so I tell my boss, I'm like, hey, boss, this is who's coming to replace me. And he's not going to be here until July. And he looked at me. He was like, I don't want to be gapped that long. I was like, well, fuck, it ain't up to me. Mm-hmm. And he was like, would you be willing to retire and retain? I was like, fuck, yeah, cool. I ain't got nothing else to do.
Fuck's that mean?
So retire and retain, you think it'd be a simple process because you got to fill out a request, all this stuff, and you got to submit the paperwork up to headquarters of Marine Corps. Uh-huh. You think they'd be like, oh, yeah, okay, because so we don't have a gap. It's basically so, you don't have a gap somewhere,
yeah, I get
right?
that.
But you go on the retired list, but you are retained on active duty. So you still get active duty pay.
Okay.
Your time in service continues. However, you're not eligible for promotion and things of that nature, right? So, yeah, so come March 30th, I became retired, but retained on active duty until August 31st it was.
The biggest question is, are you able to tell people to fuck themselves and not get in trouble?
Yeah. Well,
yes.
No, well, I mean, I did that regardless anyways. I used to have a meme, and it was like some wizard guy, and it was like, it was like when any officer or any rank tries to tell a Marine gunner what to do, it's like, you have no powers here. That was on my door.
Your powers are obsolete here.
Yeah, that was on my door. I looked at it, there was one person who could task me, and that was the commander. Everyone else I worked with. And if you ask me, I would do what you asked me to do. Just don't try and task me because that's not important to me.
Mm-hmm.
I got other shit I'm working on. But if you ask me, then yeah, we could work something out. But no, it is. Yeah, I still told people man, go fuck you, I ain't doing that. And they're like, whatever. But being a security force was it's like, man, that's like the hidden fucking gem of the Marine Corps.
That's where I started.
Especially as a gunner, as the regimental gunner, you can go where the fuck you want.
Mm-hmm.
Because you got dudes in Bangor, Kings Bay,
yeah,
Japan, Bahrain, freaking Spain, Gitmo.
What's it? Where's the one in Spain?
Rota,
yeah.
Rota. Rota. I talked to those dudes, and they're like, "Hey, we want you to come out because we need you to." I need to go out there to recertify their shoot house, and I go out there and come to find out where they're training at down at SDR. They take me down there just so I can see the ranges, and I'm like, man, you guys could do so much more here. So I'd fucking
help them out too.
Designed all this shit, built all these SDZs, all this stuff, put it in a pretty package, gave it to them, and it was on track to get funding because the Spanish, they don't have the money to do it.
Sure.
State Department was going to do it, they were going to fund it, and then COVID hit.
Wow. Like a dead horse.
Yeah, everything just kind of fell off the end, But yeah, security forces was actually a really good time, and we got to do we brought, I want to say, it wasn't really it was still there, but we kind of intensified the infantry mentality, right? Because when I first got there, you know, they're doing their MRXs, and you know, they're focused on embassy reinforcement and shit like that. And we got a boss in, new colonel, and he was like, "Hey, I want to do a squad comp." I was like,
Okay.
rock on, dude. Yes. And you know, I got a team together, and we said, "Hey, we're gonna do it at Fort Pickett." And you know, it was like a week-long evolution. And you know, I basically took shit out of the TNR. I was like, "Okay, you're gonna do this is the things you're gonna be evaluated on." And at the end, the winner, they got a trophy. You know, the squad leader got a NAM, and guys got freaking CERTCOMs and all that stuff. And so we did it 1 year, and then we did it the following year, but it was the new colonel. And it kind of pissed me off, because since the last guy had left and he made that his priority, and he told the commanders and everybody, the regimental staff, he's like, "This is my priority." Like, I had no issues getting support. But when the new guy came in and he didn't make it, he didn't say, "This is my priority," support fell off, right? And this one I made even better. I was like, "Dude, we did a fucking squad live fire on marathon targets in the tree line." You know what I'm saying? Like they were walking, and then we had like a LPOP out with the marathons, and they making some noise, and then they hit that, and then I had a whole bunch of other marathons in a little open area running around, and yeah, so it was through the tree line live squad.
That's
fire.
dope.
Yeah, it was freaking awesome. And then I was like, "Hey, the support guys, you guys out here supporting it, you know, the H&S people, like I set them up with fucking machine gun ranges, throw hand grenades, 203, like all this shit." And I'm asking people, I'm like, "Hey, check it out. I need to know how many people you're going to bring up for this so I can do the ammo." People were not signing up for it. Like, I had literally had to force people to do it.
That sucks.
And the support I got was horrible. And unfortunately, I retired, and I don't think they've done one since. So
I can rest easy.
yeah, I mean, the goal was to get them into the, you know, because these guys are going to be like, it made no sense to me that they come to us out of SOI, which they use the gear in SOI. They get to us, and now we got to train them on old shit, different gear. Then they're going to go back to the fleet and have to relearn what they were taught in SOI with the gear, right?
Yeah, and also, God forbid, they have to get in a gunfight while they're with you.
Yeah.
And like, that's a little thing.
Yeah.
And a lot of people would say, well, maybe they don't get in a gunfight, but we definitely had fast platoons getting gunfights, doing like site security for recon and stuff back in the war. So
yeah, so it was a,
well, that's cool though. That's like
it was
a parting shot
and,
to,
you know, and I couldn't have done it without, you know, certain people, you know, like the OPSO, Chris Polidora, you know, he helped me out a lot with that, and you know, he did a lot of the writing on the first DUNs. But it was a team effort, and you know, like the Carl Gustav one, you know, I had Max Feliz and Chris Latham, you know, fucking dude, as a regimental gunner, like those guys are fire and forget, man. Like, I used to have to call them and be like, "Hey man, what are you guys doing? Because I'm bored. Like, you don't call me for anything. What's going on?" Because they didn't need me. They knew what they were doing, which was awesome. And now they're both killing it, you know.
and Chris is a 5 at SOI now.
No, he's a 4.
A 4 at SOI.
And Max is a 4 out at 7th Marines.
Okay.
He's got 7th Marine Regiment, killing it. And Latham's killing it, you know, like.
I just talked to Latham a couple weeks ago. He's going to take me out on the next drone live fire and let me see, kind of let me see what they got going on. Which is cool.
I hit him up when I came down. I think he's in Benning right now. He's like, "Hey, when I get back, you know, I'll hit you up. We'll probably go have dinner or something." But like, yeah, like
good guy.
Yeah, great guys.
All those guys are good guys.
Yeah, and like Brad Landers was there before Chris Latham. He was my training company gunner. Came to me as a brand new 2 and like killed it as a 2. You know, killed it down there. It was just freaking. Yeah, he made shit happen, and you know, now he's got he had 3-6. Him and Latham switched. He's got Cherry Point now, and he's getting ready to take over Dustin Rose's spot at the regiment.
Up at the regiment.
Yeah, so
he's retiring soon. Yeah.
Yeah, Rose. I think July. I think.
Oh yeah, real soon then.
Don't quote me on. I'll hit him up and ask him when it is for sure. And, so I got to go out on a positive note, and you know, I got to stay around a couple extra months for like 5 extra months.
Oh yeah.
You know, so my time in service got to continue, and I mean, shit, dude, if they let me wear the uniform today, I would still be wearing it. You know, I just loved the Marine Corps. I love being around Marines.
I wanted to be y'all. It is what it is.
Yeah.
But got my head banged up a little too much, and
Yeah,
then
man.
seizures locked in, and then after that, you're not really getting away
Yeah.
from it. So,
Yeah.
but no, man, thank you, dude. We're at 4 hours and some change, and this was
Shit.
awesome, man. So,
I appreciate it, man. It was a good time. Like I was kind of like nervous. I'm like, man, I don't think I'm that interesting. You know, like, fuck am I gonna talk
there's
about?
stuff to learn about, man.
Yeah,
You
man.
had a wealth of knowledge here.
It's. I mean, there's stuff that like I missed that as I was going. I was like, oh, I should. No, I don't want to go back in time and revisit that.
Well, tell me this. As a parting shot before I close down, I always ask the guests to just give some advice to the active pipe hitters, the active dudes who are just waiting and training and ready for, be it Venezuela, be it Iran, be it whoever it is. These guys are praying for war every day. As weird as that sounds to everybody else, what would you give them if you had advice for them?
Put me on the spot. Fuck, man. Just keep, like, just remember, like, we owe it to these men and women to give them the best, to give them our best. We owe them our best, right? Like they need you to show up every single day and be your best, and you know, just continue to learn. Like, learning doesn't stop, and it's okay if you don't know the answer, but find the answer or ask somebody who knows the answer. Continue to take guidance, be open to guidance, because a lot of times guys like, oh, you can't tell me shit, you know, whatever. And another thing that like I wanted to say earlier, and I could say it now, is you can't judge a book by its cover, right? You can't, like, it's not on us to judge people off somebody else's opinion, right? I never like that. I like, let me form my own opinion of this person. Like, okay, cool, thanks for the advice, cool story, bro, got it, but I'm gonna form my own opinion, because we get jaded with people, or like, oh man, yeah, this guy, this and this. Like, take the time to get to know that person, learn their story, learn why they are the way they are, and that's something that, you know, like I kind of started learning that when I was a young platoon sergeant. I would be the one who, I would take the guys from other platoons that they didn't want. Like, I don't want that guy, he's a piece of shit. All right, give him to me, I'll take him. And give them a fresh start. Sometimes they just do great things, you know.
Absolutely.
And sometimes there are turds, but it is what it is. Let me form that opinion on them. But it's basically just go out there and just, man, keep killing it, dude. And like this course that I'm in right now, I'm doing the RMTK course. It's a refresher because I haven't done it in years. And seeing the active duty gunnies and staff sergeants in there and hearing them talk about infantry shit is fucking awesome.
I love it.
Like, goddamn, like they're just talking infantry stuff.
And man, they got some stuff going on right now. Like Damian O'Connell, you familiar with that name?
No.
He's doing phenomenal stuff. He's opening chapters of this wargaming, and they're in every battalion now, from Lance Corporal Slam up to anybody above that, can go in and actually participate in these orchestrated, like, sanctioned war games from an actual guy who's doing them.
That's
and
awesome.
They're opening chapters. Yeah. So like when I think of when I was a team leader and a squad leader, if you had a fucking war game for me to go attend and learn strategy with the officers and the staff, buddy.
Yeah.
And the guys are doing it.
That's awesome.
And it's great, yeah.
It's just awesome, just because, like, man, it's just, they're talking infantry stuff. They're talking weapon systems and fucking being out on ranges and like, hey, yeah, we did this, and, you know, I would do it this way if I did it again. Like, it's just, keep doing that. Like, have the discussion with your peers, because the more knowledge you share, the more lethal you can become.
Everybody.
Yeah, like, and it's all about lethality. You know, like, when you go out and you train, you need to be fucking measuring everything towards lethality, right? Like,
100%.
every single round you shoot, you should be fucking marking that down and be like, okay, on this date you did this. A week later, you went and refired the same course of fire, and you're getting more lethal. Or, hey, man, you're sucking. Come here, we need to fix this. Like, gotta stay lethal. Because
That's what I love about my job right now is I get to go in every single day and teach active duty Marines gunfighting.
That's awesome.
And the entire thing through simulation is I can prove the lethality.
Yep.
I can show you in real time how fast you got. I can show you your split times. I can show you your impacts. I can show you that you fucked up height over bore.
It's the only thing. It kind of sucks is where I retired. I retired and there's not a big Marine base around. Like,
yeah.
Closest one to me is 2 hours away at Quantico.
Yeah.
And I just bought a house, so I'm not gonna freaking pick up and move. So I had to take a job with the Navy. Totally different freaking. Oh man, that's a whole nother story of how they do business compared to the Marine Corps and what I'm used to. But it's great. Like I get to do. I'm doing stuff that I like to do, and that's
a smoother transition to getting out and doing something completely converse.
Yeah, because I got out when I first retired. I went into sales, and man, I tell you straight up, like my heart, like I wasn't into it, and I'm trying to sell to my friends, my colleagues, and like I felt bad. Like I mean, cool, I'll show you the gear, and like if you like it, cool. You want to buy something, cool, I'll help you get to it, but I'm not gonna pester you and be like, hey man, you ready to buy it, and do the sales pitch on you.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Especially the Marine Corps was broke. They were 2 CRs, and at first when I left this job, like I was kind of angry. I was kind of just like, fuck, what am I gonna do? And then this job came along, and it was a blessing in disguise of me leaving that place, and because I wasn't into it. Yeah. And you got to do something.
If you're not passionate, you'll just bleed yourself out right there.
Exactly, and you can see that in Marines too. The ones who are passionate and love the job compared to the ones who are doing it just for a paycheck. Yeah. And okay, yeah, cool story. That's good on you. Just you shouldn't be
90 of them shouldn't be there.
Yeah, you shouldn't be in the infantry if that's your mentality. And I think most Marines in the infantry, like I said, if you stay in longer than 4 years, you love the fucking Marine Corps and you love the infantry.
That's 100%.
Because it's fucking greatest job in the world, man. Seriously.
I don't think we could end it better than that.
Greatest job in the world, being a Marine infantryman.
Best job I ever fucking had.
Exactly. So, hey, I appreciate you,
Matthew St Pierre, everybody.
Yeah.
What a beast, dude. Love it. I'm so glad the old walkie-talkie put me on to you and got me connected with you. That's going to do it for Choices Not Chances, guys. That's it's been a long one, but a good one. I'm going to keep bringing these guys on. We're going to keep pushing them out. Help me grow this channel and push this out to more people. If you've seen even one thing in this podcast that resonates with you or that hit you or struck you, share this out to any Marine that you have, any soldier that you have, any hitter that was past, present, or future. Put it out to them. Put the channel out to them. And we'll keep changing the world one by one. So for now, this is Choices Not Chances, guys. Signing off.
Dope.